What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, May 13th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, I've always said the NBA draft lottery is legit. We will recap the Mavs winning the lottery for the first time in franchise history last night. Plus, the latest from the NBA and NHL playoffs. The defending champs are on the brink, and Golden State looks to be in serious trouble. We've got some Texas football to get into. A kickoff time announced for the Longhorn season opening game against the Ohio State Buckeyes. We'll talk about a potential big rule change coming to the NFL as we've got more schedule nuggets coming out from the National Football League as well. And would you looky here, Jordan Hudson is in the news again. Yes, that Jordan Hudson. We've got a lot of sports and a lot of fun to get into between now and 9 o'clock. I forgot to ask the Buck before the show, but potentially a tip for kids in the car line as well. Plenty to get to on a Tuesday morning. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing well. And for you kids, you young kids out there, don't forget to hydrate, period. It's going to be hot. This is where you think that, oh my God, summer is here. I need to run around and have myself a good time. The kids who are in sports understand what's going on right now. The little T-ballers and little leaguers and whatever league that they play in soccer, they understand that. Their parents are on them. But for kids who are just having a normal day, you need to get up in the morning. You need to drink a lot of water. You need to drink at night before you go to bed. Don't pee in the bed. That's one of the tips. Don't pee in the bed, but just make sure that you hydrate. This is going to be a brutal rest of the week, I believe, starting today. I'm not buying. I just do rain. I don't do heat, but I'm not buying 106, 107 tomorrow. Okay? I'll let you know that right now. I'm not even buying 102 today. I'm buying maybe 96, but I'm not buying triple digits, BK. Okay, I'm going to be like the rest of you people when it comes to weather guessers. We're not breaking any record. I'm not going there.
Okay.
I will tell you that it's not going to rain.
No, it's definitely not going to do that.
And I would suggest that if you got up this morning early and you do have some shrubs and you've got your garden, I would get it hosed down pretty good today, just in case it does hit, because allegedly it's supposed to be over 100 today, and tomorrow it's supposed to be a record-breaking or close to a record-breaking day temperature-wise, and you need to get some moisture on those roots of your plants. And of course, this is when I've kissed my lettuce goodbye. That's done as of today. Once the heat gets that lettuce today, it gets soured and shrivelly. You know what I'm saying? It'll shrivel up, and I'll just be able to feed that to the goats next door. But it won't be good for human consumption after today, probably.
Hopefully you've gotten enough out of your lettuce over these last few months.
I did. I really did. It's been such a nice spring, and a mild winter. I got a lot of lettuce. I ate a lot of that stuff and passed it on to folks. But now I've got my peppers, and hopefully my tomatoes are going to make it through. They just don't get blistered. If I can keep them, I'll get them sprayed down. I tried that. I did it last night, which I saw a snake. Not in my garden, but by my back wall, just a garter snake. It was long though. It was about 2.5 feet long. That was long enough for me. It slithered around the wall, and then it went into a crack, BK, in the wall, and that was it. Of course, I couldn't let it be, right? I had to stick the hose in the crack. Should have just let it go. Let's leave it be. It's not that snake's doing nothing but eating insects and bugs, but not me. I had to do like I do as a kid, stick the hose in the crack and see if I could flush it out so it could come out and bite me. And remember this, kids, all snakes bite. They're not all poisonous, but they will bite you. If you stick your hand, those little garter snakes that you think are nothing, that thing will clamp down on your finger. I mean, it's not like a snapping turtle. It doesn't do anything to you. But if you get bit by a snake and you have no clue what it is, you're going to panic.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You don't know. If a snake bit you and you didn't know what it was, wouldn't you just panic anyway?
For sure. I'm going straight to ChatGPT and asking, hey, I just got bit by this snake. Am I okay?
Yeah. Well, I would say be careful because they're going to come out. They're coming out from their spots now.
Mhm.
It's not their winter hide, their spring stuff where they'll hide in some shade. They'll come out and sit up on the rocks and sun over the next couple of days. So if you're on your property, walking, strolling, carry a stick with you. Make sure you don't stick your hand in pots. What people will do is they'll water pots, and instead of taking a stick and moving it around, they stick their hands in there to move soil around. Don't stick your hand in anything. Well, I wouldn't say don't stick your hand in anything.
I was going
Mother
to
Nature's
say,
okay. Stick your hand in Mother Nature. I always do that.
eh, kids, you
But
can stick your hand in some things, all right? You got to learn in this life.
no, there's no reason to learn to get bit by some copperhead.
No, yeah, don't stick your hand where there could be snakes, but you could stick your hand in certain places.
Yeah, so kids, I would say my tip for you guys is to hydrate because this is one where you're not so careful right now. You think you've had a nice breakfast and you go off and you run around at school and you don't have anything to drink. I've been drinking, I've been peeing all night.
You got your
Yesterday,
golf gear on. You're going to tough this thing out today.
yeah, because I won't get to play for a couple of weeks now. Because once this mullet opens with Friday, I'm not running back out on Tuesday to play golf. I'm chilling out. I'm getting what they call some head rest because mentally I got like 15 different things on my mind. It sucks.
I'm surprised you're playing this week, right? Because this is the final week to get everything in place for Friday. I
Well,
figured
what's
this would be
crazy
the
is
day you took off.
I generally play on Thursday when the truck comes out and goes to Lost Pines. I'll
Yeah.
empty the truck and then I'll go play and then I'll come back and we'll fix up all the stuff. But I'm not doing that Thursday. By then it'll be too hot. I've gone through too many days, so I might as well get it over with today.
All right. You got a heat advisory all day long. The projected high temperature 102
Don't
today.
buy it, kids. Don't buy that. Come on. They're
Your
just guessing.
your projected high temperature tomorrow is 104. So it actually has cooled down a little bit. Remember when we were talking yesterday, Wednesday's forecast was 106,
Yes.
which would be a record breaker. 104 would tie the all-time record for the month of May here in Austin. Anything above that would break it. So we'll see what happens over these next 24 to 48 hours. But yeah, bold by you. You guys might have the course to yourselves today.
The Olds will get out there. The Olds will come
The
out.
olds are already out there. Like this morning, it's
Oh,
fine.
yeah, that's true. They're out. They're almost done.
Yeah, like you're going to be okay. What time's your tea time today?
11 o'clock.
So it's 85 at 11. And most of your round will be, 80s, low 90s, but
Yeah,
towards
I'll
the
be starting
end,
to fade. I'll be starting to fade on that back by then.
yeah, you maybe get you 9 today.
What? That's a real old. That's what the real olds do.
Yeah, there's no way the Texas cheaters are only doing 9, right? There's too much
Not a
money
chance.
to
Now
be won.
when those clowns get a freebie, are you kidding me?
Yeah, you're right. A free round of golf, yeah, you play regardless of temperature and condition there.
It doesn't matter. But I'm going to start learning as I get older that I'll have to do like when I did. There's certain times of year you just don't play. I got to
Yeah,
learn that whole summer thing about, dude. That's just the time to take off. There's too many nice days in the fall and the spring to go out there and have a heat stroke. I
agreed.
guess. I don't know. I've already had one of those things where things were moving around on the green where I had to go sit in a cart. You don't get too many of these opportunities. I haven't had a lot of chances. You know, I
Make
have.
sure you're hydrating.
I've had some opportunities. I've been in car crashes where where I started to screw up my back. I've had strokes. I've had that other deal that went on, that head thing that went on. So I've had some chances. Some of that will catch up to you. You keep on playing with the dangerous stuff, and heat is dangerous.
Oh, it
That's
is. Well,
right.
you're a cat. You've got 9 lives. The question is, do you know which life you're on?
I'm probably on 6.
All right, so you're good today then.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
All
Unless
right.
it's just my numbered day, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes your number comes up and you don't know whether you're a cat or whatever it is. It doesn't really matter, does it?
Hey, if today's your last day, you go out doing what you love, right?
Hey, once again, don't stop your round. Just put me on the back. Weekend at Bernie's, put me on ice.
We got to finish this round. Yeah, take me to the hospital afterwards. I'm already dead. Don't worry about me. Keep
Yeah.
playing.
I think those guys could get in trouble if they did that. If there was a chance that none of them are doctors, although one dresses up like a doctor all the time.
And it's pretty
Steve.
funny. Yeah.
So if he pronounces me dead, I would say, just hand me over to the cart girl, or put me on ice, or just put me in the back of your cart like a bag, like a golf bag, strap me in and on with it. That's if I'm dead.
How about that? No, the cart girl will just put you on ice. She'll take out the beers in the cooler and she'll just put your body in there for the next.
No, how many people are gonna buy that? Take out the beer, put that dude on ice.
How's that for a prank right there? Yeah, you're the next group. You're trying to buy a beer, open up the cooler, and all of a sudden, dead black guy in there,
just with his head sticking out of the ice. Hey, I don't want any of that ice in my cup. I'll pass on the ice. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. Come rain, come shine, come heat, come whatever ice, you are there for us, and we do appreciate that. And to you and your families, do be safe out there. Yes, and once again, truly be careful today, folks.
Yeah, it's a hot one today, tomorrow, really for the rest of the week, and probably for the next few months. So make sure
Mullet Open will be wonderful weather in the 90s. And that's a nice day.
It will be toasty out there, but it is going to be a nice day and a wonderful day on Friday out at Lost Pines Resort in Bastrop. Can't wait to get out there for that. We've got a lot going on this week on TSU. By the way, our weekly conversation with Mark Pena of Occupy Left Field is going to happen tomorrow. So pushing it back a day, we'll get Mark's thoughts on the series lost to Florida, and we'll also preview the regular season finale against Oklahoma tomorrow morning at about 7:15. So if you're looking for our weekly baseball chat with Mark Pena, brought to you by 34 Wine and Spirits, we are punting it by one day, but it'll be good to get Mark's midweek thoughts on everything going on with the Longhorn baseball program. Hopefully Max Ballou will be back in the lineup at some point this coming weekend. No midweek game tonight, right? Texas played its final midweek of the year last Tuesday against Lamar. The Longhorns off tonight. They, of course, start their 3-game series against Oklahoma on Thursday. And boy, they could use the preseason All-American Max Ballou in their lineup because this offense has fallen on some hard times. So we will talk plenty of Texas baseball tomorrow and Thursday. But, Buck, the biggest storyline in the world of sports last night, the Dallas Mavericks have won the NBA draft lottery.
Way to set that up, NBA. What do you think you are, the Spurs?
They had a 1.8% chance to win going in. The 11th best odds of the 14 teams that were involved in this year's lottery. And somehow, some way, the Mavs get it done. They had the 4th lowest odds of any lottery winner in NBA history. They jumped up 11 spots. They were supposed to be picking 11th. Instead, they are picking first.
Yeah, the NBA isn't rigged. Yeah.
Well, I've always said the lottery is not rigged, Buck. I have always had that stance, and I sure as hell am not going to change it this morning.
There you go. That's fine, but that ought to be that's a signal to the Mavericks to get rid of their GM. That's what that is, because he's not going to be able to screw this up because the ownership in the city of Dallas will not let him screw up Cooper Flagg. They're not going to let them. It's not going to let them do that. But that's just them getting that pick is just a message to the Mavs and their ownership is to get rid of that dude before the pick even happens. Don't even let him make that pick. Don't even let him feel good about that he's made a good decision when it comes, because he's not going to make a bad decision. He's going to take that dude. The city's going to take that dude, embrace that dude, and it'll be great, but don't let him be the one to make the pick. Fire him now.
Isn't that the funniest
I never asked for people. I mean, there are people who've heard me on the radio for almost 30 years. I've never said fire anybody. I've never said coaches should be fired because I never wanted that to happen to my brothers out there in coaching or assistant coaches. But this is a message for Maverick ownership. Fire him. Don't let him be the one to take that pick. Let somebody in the stands be the GM for a day to make that pick. But don't let him do it.
That's the sad part for Mavs fans out there is like, my God, we just won the lottery. We're going to get Cooper Flagg. And then the second thought is, wait, Nico Harrison is still the GM. How is he going to screw this up? Like,
you can't let
this
him.
is a no-brainer. The guy doesn't have a brain, but it's a no-brainer. So it should be obvious, right? Like, the Mavs are going to take Cooper Flag because that's what every other team in the league would do in this situation.
Would you
But
not even take that? Don't you not even take that chance? You get rid of this guy. When is it? When is the draft? When is it? When is it?
it's usually end of June.
Okay, well, before this, after the championship, you've got to say goodbye to this dude. Just sorry.
Look, they should have fired Nico Harrison the day after the Luka trade.
Absolutely.
And,
so you got a second chance.
Oh my God, you talk about getting thrown a lifeboat, right? Like, what a gift. The Mavs literally cast themselves to sea, and then they got just tossed a life raft. Here you go. Here's your chance to turn things around and get back into the good graces of your fan base. Because so many Mavs fans, I mean, we all saw it unfold right before our eyes.
Yeah, let Dirk be the one who makes the pick.
Well, right now, Dirk has kind of been alienated by the franchise. And the problem is, it's not Mark Cuban running the show anymore. It's a new ownership group that has also completely turned its back on the Mavs fan base. So, I think the ownership group can get back into some good graces if they do fire the GM, but there's still a lack of trust with the Mavericks fan base and the Adelson Dumont family ownership group right now. So that's you can't get rid of them. I think most Mavs fans would like to say, hey, can we get a new owner, please? And then get a new GM? Can we just completely start this thing over with this gift we've been given? Sorry, that we've lucked into.
Let another owner's kid make the pick, but don't let that guy, even if you know that he doesn't have a direction to go except for Cooper Flag. Don't let him have that satisfaction. You have an excuse to get rid of him now.
That was kind of the worst part because they had a camera in the Mavs draft room, and they showed the reaction of Nico Harrison and a bunch of members of the Mavs front office when Dallas won the lottery, and all those guys were jumping up and down, celebrating, going nuts. And it's like, feels like the Mavs fan base deserves this, but it sure as hell doesn't feel like those jabronis deserve this at all. Like those guys. And look, I mean, conspiracy theories abound, right?
Yes.
Now it's like, oh, maybe this was just part of the whole deal. Like maybe Adam Silver told Nico Harrison and the Mavs, like, hey, if you give the Lakers another superstar, the Lakers are like our favorite team. And, we always want them to be good. And LeBron's 40 years old. He's on his way out. And when he goes, the Lakers are going to be terrible. And we can't have that for our league that already has our rankings tanking, our ratings tanking. We got to do something to spice it up. Hey, how about this? If you guys trade Luka to the Lakers, we will go ahead and give you Cooper Flag here in a few months.
Yes.
Like those conspiracies are out there, and it's hard to ignore because this is not the first time something convenient like this has happened with the NBA draft lottery. Now, it's the first time the Mavs have ever gotten lucky, and to every Mavs fan out there, hey, you take it because the lottery has been rigged. I was very much kidding at the start of the show. The lottery has been rigged forever. And the Mavs have been in the lottery 17 times in their franchise's history. They've never moved up one spot. Forget jumping up to number one. They have only moved down or stayed the same. They have never had any lottery luck. And then this time, when they make the generational trade of Luka Doncic to the biggest franchise in the league, the Lakers, all of a sudden now they win the lottery and get the lotto luck.
It's just luck. Hey, it's like my raffle for the Mullet Open. It's just luck.
Dude,
it's luck of the draw.
Your raffle is way more legit than the NBA lottery. I mean,
what Maverick needs to be the one to make that pick? Somebody's saying Ro Blackman. Is that I remember him?
Yeah, Ro Blackman was there. He was the Mavs representative at the draft lottery drawing last night.
Is he in good graces there? Who else is in good graces?
I don't know.
Former Mav that's still alive and well.
Derek Harper is still the TV color commentator for the team.
Is he all right, dude?
Yeah. I mean, he was a very good player back
dude, I don't care if Jerry Jones makes the pick.
Yeah. Jerry wouldn't screw this one up. Nico, I'm not too sure about.
Yes.
That's how bad it is right there. But, maybe Nico Harrison is a genius. Maybe we were wrong for dunking on him the way that we did.
Well,
maybe he knew this was going to happen. It's like, all right, we can get Cooper Flag here if we just trade Luka Doncic, and then
You
we're
mean
going to end
maybe
up with
Luka really is fat?
Cooper Flagg and Anthony Davis on the same team. Hey, maybe that's better than Luka Doncic here in a couple of years. Maybe he knew what he was doing. This was all some sort of master plan by the Dallas Mavericks
No,
or
what
the
they need don't
NBA.
understand is it's not the Luka, it's the Anthony Davis. But that dude right there is never going to be on the court more than half a season,
Yeah.
ever.
Well, now it's like if the Mavs do the right thing and end up taking Cooper Flagg, then it's like, well, you've got Kyrie Irving, you've got Anthony Davis, you've got Cooper Flagg. Like, that's a very good big three. But Kyrie Irving is now coming off of an ACL injury, and he's in
Yes.
his 30s. And like you said, I mean, Anthony Davis is nicknamed Street Clothes because he just can't stay on the court. So will it work? Time will tell. But what a gift. What a gift for the Dallas Mavericks, man. I mean,
It'll be fine once they get Giannis in the deal too. Now everything will work out just fine.
they're going to trade Cooper Flagg for Giannis?
No, they're going to get rid of Anthony Davis again, and some of those guys, some of those young pieces with the Mavs, and take in Giannis, and you would be just fine with that, with those three dudes.
Oh my God, yeah. If you could flip-flop Anthony Davis into Giannis Antetokounmpo, then yes, of course. That's
along with two others.
I don't think the Bucks are going to do that. If the Bucks do trade Giannis, which apparently there's a possibility that happens. That was another big story in the NBA yesterday, that Giannis is now open to exploring potential destinations for his future. He's not a free agent, so it'd have to be a trade, and I'm sure he would have to approve of any trade.
Yeah, and it sounded like he was thinking about some teams. So,
but yeah, I mean, could he be available? Look, I think if the Bucks move Giannis, they're going to try to get younger and rebuild, and I don't think Anthony Davis helps you do that.
No, he just helps you be hurt.
He just helps you be hurt. I'll tell you what, we'll get back to the Mavs here in a second, but another team that lucked out. Stop me if you've heard this one before. The San Antonio Spurs.
Oh yeah. If they're not one, they're two.
I mean, they were supposed to have the 8th pick in the draft. They end up moving 6 spots to number 2. Obviously, it was the final 2. It was the Mavs and Spurs were the 2 teams that hadn't been called. So I'm sure there's a little bit of disappointment with Spurs fans like, oh my God, we almost had Cooper Flagg. We were that close and we didn't get him. But still a very successful night for San Antonio. Now you wonder, like, if the Spurs got the first pick, they were going to take Cooper Flagg. But now you wonder, hey, could we shop this number 2 pick? Could we send it to Milwaukee and pair Wemby with Giannis?
Oh my God.
Like, I don't know. Obviously,
what would Giannis be? Just a big forward now?
Oh my God. I mean,
that would
Wemby.
That's kind of scary. That's a scary thought right there.
That's terrifying. That is terrifying for the rest of the NBA. And yeah, I mean, it's a very good draft. Obviously, Cooper Flagg stands alone as the clear and obvious top player, but this is regarded as a pretty good draft class this year. So that is a very valuable trade chip that the San Antonio Spurs just lucked into yesterday. Now you wonder.
There's Pop retirement. There's his number two for Pop. They couldn't give him number 1 because then people really would have thought it's rigged.
Yeah, you're going to do that again.
Even the ones that were skeptical of it being rigged, if they would have got number 1, yes. But since Pop's on his way out, we'll give you number 2 this time.
I don't know what would have felt more rigged: the Mavs winning it after the Luka trade, or the Spurs winning it again after
Pop's retirement.
After Pop retires. Yep.
I could have seen him doing that for the Spurs on the return. I could have seen that. I would have been surprised this morning.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, look, there are plenty of options for San Antonio if they do stick and pick there. But man, if I'm the Spurs, I am on the phone with Milwaukee this morning, and I'm like, all right, what's it going to take? You do wonder if Stephon Castle could be a part of that trade. Castle was the Spurs' top 5 pick last year. He was the rookie of the year. I'm sure San Antonio will do whatever they possibly can to keep that guy because he looks like a nice up-and-coming star in this league. But, yeah, I mean, look, there's a huge difference between pick 2 where the Spurs are and pick 8 where the Spurs were supposed to be. And all of a sudden, I think the Spurs and the Rockets are probably your 2 most likely landing spots for Giannis right now.
Yeah, because Houston's pretty young. They've got some pieces they could give to get to Giannis.
Yeah, that's exactly why. Like 2 teams that are clearly on the up. I mean, the Rockets were the 2 seed this year. They've got young pieces that they could trade. They've got a nice core that they could build around. And boom, you plug Giannis in there, then all of a sudden the Rockets are going to turn into legit title contenders. And then, yeah, I mean, we're already seeing Wemby's a superstar. I mean, Giannis has proven that. MVP, Finals MVP, world champion. You pair him with Wemby and DeJounte Murray down in San Antonio, then that's De'Aaron Fox down in San Antonio. That's going to work pretty well. So so many compelling storylines to watch out for over these next couple of months. But man, the NBA has done it again. How can you argue that this thing is not rigged at this point, Buck?
Nobody's that lucky.
Like, you obviously go back to the frozen envelope with the New York Knicks winning in 85. But then you look at the more recent times in the NBA, like LeBron ending up going to Cleveland, the Akron kid. Oh, the Cavs are going to win the lottery that year. You know, the year Derrick Rose went to the Bulls had like a 1% chance to win. Derrick Rose from Chicago. The Bulls were struggling. Big market team. We got to get them back. Oh, here you go. Here's D Rose.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
New Orleans, after they traded Chris Paul to the Lakers, they get Anthony Davis. New Orleans, after they trade Anthony Davis to the Lakers, they get Zion Williamson. The Mavs, after they trade Luka Doncic to the Lakers, they get Cooper Flagg. I mean, after LeBron left Cleveland, the Cavs won 3 of the next 4 lotteries. Like this, it could just be all coincidence, but it sure sounds like a little more than just coincidence, doesn't it?
It's called keeping the league semi-afloat somehow, some way.
It's just I don't think the basketball gods are that giving. I think there's a little something going on behind the scenes here. And
it's alive and well. By the way, the Liberty won last night.
Who'd they beat?
They beat the Antelopes.
The who?
Some team called the Antelopes.
That's not a team.
Jackalopes. Are you sure?
Yeah.
What is it?
I don't know what it is. It's not a WNBA team.
Are you sure it's not? What is it? Antelopes, Antilles or something? I don't know what it is.
The Aces?
No, it wasn't the Aces. I don't believe they were beat.
Where did you see this?
I saw it on my handy-dandy sports calendar. 84-61, the Liberty won.
That would be the new.
Am I right?
As a preseason game.
Or was?
No, they didn't even play a WNBA team. I don't know what the Antelopes are, but they're not in the WNBA.
Are you sure? What is that? A high school team or a high school reunion team?
Well, they played in Eugene, where Sabrina Ionescu went to college at Oregon. So they played a scrimmage or a preseason game against
the Jackalopes.
Yeah, it's the Antelopes, but I don't know what league they're in. That's not a WNBA squad.
Well, that means I don't know all the WNBA teams, but that is very disappointing in me.
Well,
because I was going to take a true interest. I was giving you, hey, I even gave you a preseason game. What else do you want? I know the Liberty, that's a New York team. How's that?
I didn't want that. What do you mean? What else do you want? I didn't even want that. How are you giving us preseason WNBA scores when they're not even playing a WNBA team?
How could you not want that to show you how into it I am into the WNBA?
It is a Title IX Tuesday here on Bucky and BK.
My goodness. What else do you want? What do you mean? Do you want me to do soccer?
Well, I thought when you brought up the WNBA, I thought you were going to say the city of Dallas is the first city to ever get the #1 overall pick in the NBA and WNBA drafts in the same year.
Oh, well, one league's fixed. One league takes care of the other, don't they? One hand washes the other, so it might as well be.
Now you're calling the W fixed as well?
It has to be fixed because the one who's fixing it is the NBA. So, yes, I'm calling it that. That's not possible for Dallas to do that. Come on.
I don't think people care enough about the WNBA to fix it. So it's just
they can care less.
Yeah, that's not going to help.
There's only one person that cares, and that would be me.
That would be you. All right, let's let you hear from Cooper Flagg. He was in attendance at the lottery last night, which I always find weird that these draft picks go to the lottery. And, you know, it's even weirder. Everybody knows Cooper Flagg is going to be the #1 overall pick. Like, it's not a secret, but it is always a little weird to me that, like, after a team wins the lottery, they interview the player projected to go #1, and they're basically saying, like, what's it going to be like in Dallas? It's like, well, I haven't even gotten the draft yet. They haven't even picked me yet. Can we pump the brakes here? Anyways, here's Cooper Flagg. He was on the set with the folks at ESPN last night after the Mavs won the draft lottery.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, I didn't try and think about it too much. I feel like it was just kind of out of my control. So I'm just kind of going through the process like everybody else and just trying to enjoy every single moment because we only get to do this once.
Because I'm going to get paid.
Yeah, I mean, Cooper Flagg, they asked him 4 or 5 questions. He doesn't give you a whole lot.
And that's good. That's good.
Yeah, he was coached up to like not overreact too much to the lottery. Don't say anything stupid. Don't be overly excited if one team wins the pick. Don't be overly pissed off if another team wins the pick.
It seemed fixed to me that the Mavs would get this pick.
Yeah, man, I would have loved to have played with Luka Doncic. Why'd they trade that guy?
Yeah, how about that?
Or man, yeah,
because it would have never happened if that were to happen. That wouldn't have been the Mavs. They'd be at number 12 or 16, wherever they belong.
I don't know if Dallas was Cooper Flagg's number 1 destination, but it's a much better spot for him than Utah, Charlotte, or Washington.
Yes.
Those were the 3 teams that had the best odds to get the first pick. And, boy, that's the thing with the lottery, right? Like, since the NBA changed the format in 2019 to try to discourage tanking, the team with the worst record has yet to win the lottery.
Yeah, that's discouraging.
So, like, I guess it's working in that regard, but what's not working is really, Charlotte and Washington just can't get out of the gutter because they're never getting high enough draft picks.
Because they're never getting out of the gutter. That's why.
Yeah. So, like, they lowered the percentages of all of the worst teams. And, again, it's now, 7 lotteries in a row where the team with the worst record has failed to win. But, yeah, I mean, it's Charlotte 4, Utah 5, Washington 6. Meanwhile, you got a play-in team in Dallas picking first this year. Here's one more from Cooper Flagg last night talking about the Mavs winning the lottery.
I'm already demanding a trade so that Nico Harrison can fulfill his humiliation kink. But seriously, I was at Duke, so being part of another organization full of douchebags is just perfect. I tried to call Nico, but his mouth was full and I couldn't understand him. Adam Silver was there, and I heard a lot of slurping. He was either squirting ketchup or giving the commissioner some sloppy, not sure which. Dallas fans need to calm down, though, because I heard Nico is going to trade me to the Lakers for J.J. Redick, the player, not the coach. And a water bong. The Mavs basically traded a fat white dude that thinks he's skinny for a skinny white dude that thinks he's black. Kyrie called and said, "I will now call you Dances with Wolves." Whatever the hell that means. He said we can be friends as long as I'm not a tricky Jew. I just saved Nico Harrison's life. He was on Epstein Watch until about an hour ago. The NBA is more scripted than the WWE.
Wow.
How about that? Exclusive audio right here on TSU.
I like the way you got that. You got that in a hurry.
Yeah, no, the first cut we played was on the set of ESPN, but we had our TSU crack staff Cooper Flagg down after the lotto last night, and he gave those quotes.
By the way, the Antelopes is the Toyota Antelopes, or Japanese women's league team. So I am international when it comes to women's basketball now.
There you go.
I feel much better now. I feel much into it now.
I'll give us a breakdown of that game.
I was asleep. I know it went on. The Liberty destroyed them by 21, so it's all good.
I would hope so.
I would too.
How about that? The Mavs trading Cooper Flagg for J.J. Redick, the player, and a water bong. That is the deal that has already been agreed to by the Mavs and the Lakers last night.
That's just great for them. That's great for the Mavs organization. You got to do something with this now.
Well, it saves the franchise, whether it was scripted or not. Like, that's the reality. I mean, there were Mavs fans who had completely given up on the team. There are some Mavs fans that still are like, man, until Nico is gone, I'm not going to be fully bought in. But there was this growing belief that the Mavs were going to get shipped to Vegas. And, like, obviously there are a bunch of ties with this new ownership group and Las Vegas, and they've been pushing to get casinos in the Dallas area. Obviously, that keeps getting tabled, and we don't have casinos here in Texas. And with the Luka trade and the rise of season ticket prices, it's like, oh, man, the Mavs are trying to turn the fan base against them so they have an excuse to move in a couple of years. They can just say our attendance is down. Nobody cares about this team. Let's move to Vegas. And, well, now it's like, oh, again, whether it was legit or not, they were given a life draft, and it feels
Yeah,
like
and
the franchise
I
is
can
now
see
staying.
ticket sales are going to go back up again.
Yeah, I think so. Like, there were a bunch of Mavs fans canceling their season tickets over these last few months, and they're probably trying to call today to get back in. But just insane. I mean, just insane. Again, it felt like the franchise was left for dead 3 months ago, and now it feels like May 12th is the day the Mavericks franchise was saved.
Yes.
So there you go. Mavs win the lottery. Spurs number 2. Your 76ers will be picking third. We'll see what they end up doing. You know, Trey Johnson is a likely top 5 or 6 pick, so maybe he could end up
Well, they
in
already have,
Philly.
don't they have Massey? They don't need another guy like that, do they?
Yeah. I mean, the
They
Sixers
need
need a
somebody
lot of
with some
things.
size because their big guy is always hurt too.
Yeah, well, they just need Embiid to stay healthy. That doesn't happen, and they've got a lot of needs there. But
Yes.
looking at a mock draft right now, I am seeing Ace Bailey, the small forward out of Rutgers, your favorite school, going to the 76ers, and Trey Johnson
Great.
going 5th to Utah, so the land of the Mormons. So we'll see what
Really?
happens there. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota,
From Rutgers.
what's that?
Rutgers leading the league and everything.
Rutgers is going to have 2 top 5 picks this year, Buck. They've got Dylan Harper and they've got Ace Bailey. They might both be top 3 picks. So, yeah, Rutgers is taking over with Mark Orfe coming in to be the Texas Corners coach. And with a couple of lottery picks coming to the NBA. Yeah, Piscataway, New Jersey, now on the map. All right,
hey, too bad you can't fly. Hey, too bad you can't get there. You can't fly into Newark with the air traffic control. You know, they're screwing up everything.
What's going on with that?
Oh, their Newark airport has been jacked up for like the last 2 months, where all of a sudden the lights go out. All the computers go down for like 90 seconds when incoming traffic is coming in. That's not good.
Is that a Delta thing or a whole airport thing?
That's a whole airport thing. That's happened over the last – they've had that happen twice or 3 times. Right. I think they just had it happen again. 90 seconds seems like a lot with incoming traffic, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And outgoing traffic.
That could cause some problems.
I had an opportunity to save a few bucks going through Wilmington to get to Pennsylvania, and I vetoed that.
Wilmington?
To go through I mean, I won't go through. Here's what I won't go through. I don't even know if they don't have an airport in Delaware. I don't believe it's all Philadelphia. I don't do Philadelphia. I don't do Jersey. I barely do Charlotte. We know I don't do Atlanta.
No.
I'll do O'Hare. I'll go through the big ones, but I almost had to go through Jersey to get to Pennsylvania, and then I said no. Here's another extra $160 not to do that to me. I'll take the Charlotte route.
It's not even a nonstop?
There's not from Austin to Allentown. Austin to Philly, yes. But
you're paying almost $200 more
to go through Charlotte
for the same distance flight.
Yeah, guess what? They'll have some construction going on in Charlotte. It's like I-35. They always have some construction going on between here and Waco.
Crazy. Well, while we're on these airline stories and airport stories, here's the least surprising update of all time.
Your money hadn't come back yet.
My money has not come back yet. I was told by Delta last Monday that I would be contacted by a member of their refunds team to discuss getting my refund, and I have yet to be contacted, which, again, the least surprising update to this story of all time. That's why I wasn't licking my chickens. I was happy, but I did say last week, I'll believe it when I see it, and unfortunately, I can't believe it yet. So I've got to reach back out to the CEO again and see what the deal is.
All right. So I had a call that I had this text message that come into me and said, listen, I'm coming into Austin. I'm going to a big event. Would you like to go with me? And of course I answered back with, you got the wrong person. And the person texts me back, isn't this Ashley? And I'm like, no, this is Joe. And of course they sent me something back. And they were from like Saskatchewan, that they were coming into Austin. They go, oh, but you have an Austin number, area code, so you must be from Austin. And then I stopped all communications. I'm so pissed. My wife says, do not have any communications with that person. It's not. That's probably Bill with the big swans trying to call you up. That's not a girl. That's not a lady from Saskatchewan. That's some dude trying to get more information. I have to communicate to these people.
Sounds like your wife's a little jealous that you're getting hit on by a Canadian broad. She just doesn't want you to do anything.
Does that mean that's a no comunicado right there?
Yeah, you should block that number. You should block that number. That's what you should do. So you don't fall for it again.
Why are you acting? You don't have any kids. Why are you trying to be a parent? Why are you acting like a parent now? What's the deal with that?
That's how it works. It's the circle of life. Parents parent kids, but kids parent parents on technology.
Kids parent olds.
We got to teach you guys how to do this stuff and use this stuff.
So what are they looking for? Just any communication?
Your money, your address. They're probably going to ask you like, "Oh, hey, what's your address so I can come stay at your place?"
No,
hey, can you send me some money? Like, I would love to take this flight. That's what they're going to ask you.
I'm a sucker, but I've passed that sucker stage.
Dude, remember, you're not old enough to be falling for this stuff.
I lost a home to one of these deals, so.
Okay, so yeah, clearly you are a sucker. What do you mean you're not a sucker who's going to fall?
I'm not a sucker any longer. That was 20-some years ago. I'm much better now.
The fact that you're responding still shows that you've got some sucker in you.
I think I can get over on them somehow. I can get them caught somehow.
Yeah, you could call somebody and say, "Hey, this number is trying to scam me," and you could feel good about yourself.
Why can't I say I'm a part of the Federal Bureau of Investigation? Why can't I be the FBI agent?
You could say that, and they'll probably stop texting you, and then, all right, I guess you win. But
no way to meet up with these people.
Oh, they'd love to meet up with you somewhere and take your money.
Alone?
Yeah. Some dark alley somewhere. And make sure you bring your wallet and your ID, please.
Oh, really? Wallet and ID? Oh, no, I'm not bringing my driver's license. Credit cards are coming with me. I refuse to meet you with my driver's license. Sorry.
Well, you're going to be needing some new credit cards then, because that will work for them. They'll take those and spend a little bit for you.
Why are people like this? Why are people like this?
Well, everyone's trying to make a buck. And if you can do it without having to work, sounds nice.
Just sit behind your computer and type out numbers and send them out?
Sure. Hey, scam some old. Hey, here's an old. See if I could scam them to give me their credit card information or their address or their social security number. I'll just take their whole identity and then I'll sell that off on the internet. All very real things. You got to be careful, man. I'm telling you. You've learned already, but they will definitely go after the old. So the older you get, you're going to get fake social security text, fake Medicare texts and emails. You got to be on the lookout for that shit.
I didn't realize I've already gotten the toll thing that's come at me. But if you don't pay this before 24 hours, your license is going to be gone. I got that last week.
Yeah, you're going to get it in email. You're going to get it in mail. You're going to get it over text. You're going to get calls. I get it too, but the younger generation is completely programmed to just ignore that stuff.
They don't trust anybody.
No, it sucks because sometimes I'll get a call from a random number, and it's like I feel like I should answer it. It could be something for TSU, but 9 times out of 10, it's just a spam call. So it's like I'm not going to answer it anymore. It's all spam. It's all spam these days.
I don't like the word spam. They got to give me a filthy word for those calls. So then I just don't even, that it comes up. I don't need to see spam. I need to see something just nasty, disgusting, where I go, no, scat call or something like that. Scat ID or something,
Weren't you a scat back in the day?
Oh, that was that's of course when I first, the interwebs, when somebody said, hey, listen, you need to get on scat.com. You'll learn a lot about computers that way. And I went to that for my very first time, and wow. There are people like that too out there.
Of course there are. Yeah, dude, nowadays people are just looking for your voice.
True.
Like if you answer the phone and you say hello and you say a bunch of words, there could be somebody on the other line recording, and then they are going to use a recording of your voice to call somebody else and try to get something. They will do that.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm.
There's stories that have happened where hackers do that to like old parents, and they will get the voice of the parent's kid and AI it and turn it into like, hey, mom, I need some money. Can you send it to this account, please? And it's not the kid and it's not the kid's account. And all of a sudden, old mom is down thousands and thousands of dollars.
We need more of you around, BK. We need more of you agents like you around helping out the olds.
Well, I am.
That need to be your sidekick, helping out the olds.
I am in the FBI. After all, I am a female body inspector.
Oh my God.
God. All right. We gotta pay some of our bills from some people who are very legit. How about a round of sponsor shout outs, Buck?
Say hello to our friends over at Sue Patrick since 1975. Say hello to Jay and the gang over there, which of course, that beautiful gift that they gave to me will not be in the Mullet Open. My wife has it downstairs somewhere. It could be, well, or upstairs in the attic or out in the garage somewhere, but it's a keeper, and I would appreciate everything that they do for us. Love the folks here, that incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories. I mean, they got all these Texas-themed items. Oh, by the way, I ended up giving that Tyler Campbell, I gave it that washing powder was a good deal for Mother's Day. Got a couple to some ladies. They loved it. They loved the smell of it right there. Opened it up right where we were. It was great. But they've got everything that you want. Also picked up a couple of Admiral William McCraven's books. Picked up another kid's book for one of my grandkids. And they offer free shipping, folks, on online orders over $49 and free curbside pickup, 5222 Burnett Road. Plenty of free parking for anything that you want. And jelly cats galore. I wonder how the jelly cats went over for Mother's Day. I bet you they got rid of a lot of jelly cats there. And there are plenty more because the jelly cats never stop coming. They're like the lottery. They're the number one pick over at Sue Patrick. So get on over there and get yourself one of those jelly cats. Get yourself one of those $1,200 jelly cats, as a matter of fact. The big dragon.
Yeah, I'm sure Jay would be happy to sell that to you.
Absolutely. Love Sue Patrick. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information.
Absolutely. Now a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Where you are always treated like family.
Love them.
Love the Coverts. Know what else we love?
Yes, sir. There's the grape. There's the best right there.
The classic
grape.
Grape. Went to the store yesterday, restocked on the OLIPOP. Got me a grape, got me a cream soda, got me a strawberry vanilla. Oh, yeah, we're not messing around. And OLIPOP is not messing around. They've got 19 different flavors to choose from. If you haven't tried this stuff yet, you are missing out. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. This tastes just like a grape soda, but the difference, 0 grams of fat, 5 grams of sugar, just 40 calories, and you've got 9 grams of fiber and a bunch of ingredients that help support good digestive health. This is a healthy soda that actually tastes great. I don't know how OLIPOP did it because most healthy stuff tastes horrible. This tastes fantastic. Again, 19 different flavors to choose from. Pick some up wherever you buy your groceries, HEB. I was at Target yesterday. They've got them at Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods. Wherever you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Very nice. Love it.
Yes, indeed. All right. Little Texas football for you here, Buck.
Got some more good news, or we're just coming up on June?
Well, not really good news. Actually, it's probably bad news. It was announced yesterday that Fox will be carrying the Longhorn season opener at Ohio State, which means way more than likely that game will kick off at 11 a.m.
Wow.
I don't know if Big Noon Kickoff is official just yet. There are a number of articles out there that say that it was official, but I don't know if Fox Sports itself has come out and said that that will be their Big Noon game. But we know Fox, they always put their biggest matchup of the week in that Big Noon Kickoff spot, which is obviously 12 Eastern, 11 Central. Ohio State is the home team in this game, so it's their media rights. And Fox is the Big Ten's biggest media partner. Yeah, Fox always puts their big game at 11 a.m. So there you go. It'll be kegs and eggs very early on August 30th when Texas takes on the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Good stuff. That's fine.
Good stuff?
I'm good with that. 11 a.m., get it over with.
I hate that. Don't you want the best games in prime time? It's the best game of the day.
You like it the 3 o'clock game, right? The 2:30?
No, I want it under the lights. Prime time, baby.
First of all, nobody from Texas wants to be in Columbus under the lights.
Nobody in Texas wants to be in Columbus anywhere.
Yeah. It's
daytime, nighttime.
It's better to get it over with at 11 a.m. before those people actually wake up.
I think they'll be awake. I know
they're still hungover.
Still hungover from the night before. Dude, they'll still be drinking. I don't think anyone's
drunk. And I'm talking about the team.
You think the team is going to get drunk the night before their biggest game of the year, week 1?
The Buckeyes? Come on, of course they are. They're still celebrating national championship.
Well, that would be great because I would love Texas to win that game. And if you're telling me Texas is sober and Ohio State comes in drunk or hungover, then I would like the Longhorns' chances more than I already do.
By the way, I've never been to a night game in Columbus. When I was at Illinois, it was always those morning tilts, 2:30, 11 o'clock, noon. I've never been to a night game there. That's got to be horrifying.
Well, no offense, but Illinois should be playing day games at Ohio State. Texas, by the way, good point by Naaman here. When Texas went up to the Shoe in 2005 in week 2, that game was under the lights. Guess who won?
Horns got to win.
Yeah, you don't really have to guess. It's out there. Yeah, so it didn't affect Texas too much. Like, I know the thought is you'd rather play a team on the road during the day. The environment maybe will be a little less hostile because the fans don't have all day to get drunk. But I still think that's going to be a pretty crazy environment. Ohio State's they're raising a banner. It's going to be a sellout. That stadium will be full like an hour before kickoff. They're going to be loud. They're going to be drunk. It won't be an easy place for Texas to go win. I don't think it impacts the Horns' chances at all that this game will be at 11 versus 7 o'clock at night.
Yeah, maybe it'll be fine. Get it over with. Get them first game where they can make a lot of mistakes. Aren't they trying to saddle in with a new quarterback too?
Yeah, they are. Will Howard's off to the NFL. Obviously, Quinn Ewers off to the NFL, so it will be new quarterbacks. A bunch of new players on both sides, right?
Oh, yeah.
Texas had 12 players drafted. Ohio State had 14 drafted, which was more than any other college this year.
They'll do everything they can to try to get that ball into the hands of their wide receiver.
Yeah, Jeremiah Smith is still there. That's the thing with Ohio State. Like, they might have the best offensive player in college football, and they might have the best defensive player in college football coming back with Jeremiah Smith, the wide receiver, and Caleb Downs, the safety. Texas obviously had to deal with both of those guys in January. The Longhorns did a great job against Jeremiah Smith. He did nothing in that game against Texas. Unfortunately, didn't lead to a Texas victory. But PK and company, they're going to have to come up with another spectacular game plan to try to slow that dude down. And the good news is
it depends if their quarterback can throw. All he has to do is throw it in the area of that dude.
That's the thing. Well, Ohio State does lose Emeka Egbuka, who was a first-round pick.
Sure.
And I think they lost another receiver to the draft as well. So maybe
running backs.
Yeah, their top 2 running backs are gone. It is Ohio State, right? They don't rebuild, they reload.
They rebuy.
They rebuy. Of course they do. That's how it works now in college football.
It's the battle of the money teams coming together.
Yeah, it will be some big money on the field in that game. But yeah, Ohio State lost a lot. They've got a lot to replace. They're breaking in a new quarterback as well. I think Julian Sayin is their projected QB to open up the season, but I don't know if Ryan Day has come out and officially announced that just yet.
Breaking in a new defensive coordinator.
Bringing in a new defensive coordinator. Yeah, Jim Knowles in that weird situation after winning the national championship. He was already, I think he was already the highest paid defensive coordinator in the sport. He wanted to get paid more. Ohio State's like, you're already number one, dude. What do you mean you want more? And he's like, well, I'm going to go ahead and go to Penn State because they're going to give me what I want. Thank you very much. So, yeah, new defensive coordinator. They've got coaching turnover. They've got roster turnover. Be a lot of new faces on the field when these two teams duke it out on August 30th. But I would prefer it to be a night game. I mean, early pregame show for you and me, Buck.
Been there, done that, man. We can do it.
Been there, done that. Oh, I know. I wonder how many Texas fans will be making that trek, because I have heard countless horror stories about that 2005 game. Like, you ask any Texas fan who was there, they will tell you that the worst place they have ever attended a football game is the Horseshoe. I mean, people who have been to 100 Longhorn road games over the years, people who have been to College Station, who have been to Fayetteville, who have been to anywhere else you could think of, they all say that trip to Columbus in 05 was the worst that they've ever had to deal with.
Yeah, I just, because I've never gone there unless I was in a bus with a police escort, getting in there and then whipping their ass and leaving. Because at Illinois 4 times in a row, we just beat the living crap out of them through something. The stars were aligned right. They always looked better. They looked better in their uniforms than we did just once they hit the field. Plus, they were coached by John Cooper, so at that time, anybody could slap them around.
Yeah. Yeah, now not so much.
Now not so much, no.
Not so much. The coach they wanted fired like 3 months ago.
Yes.
I think he's back into the good graces. Although if Texas goes in there and wins that game, do Buckeyes fans want Ryan Day fired again?
No, only after he loses to Michigan again.
You putting in the call for that already?
Oh, that's going to happen. Michigan will beat them again. Would that be 5 in a row?
That would be 5 in a row.
Wow.
God. Yeah, that would be something else if they lose to Michigan's $10 million freshman quarterback. Who knows what's going to happen there. But did you ever get, I mean, in the, when you were on the sidelines, were Buckeyes fans giving you anything worse than anybody else?
No, I mean, it's not like they're close enough to you there. It's just a big, loud place. As I said, going there is different than going to Michigan. Michigan was much more subdued. This one's just loud. I didn't notice anything about the fans. But I hear they're obnoxious away from the stadium, in the parking lots or the walk to it. I heard they're just ridiculous and obnoxious. They're similar to Tech fans and West Virginia fans.
I've heard they're worse. Look, I cannot speak to it. I've been to 2 games at Texas Tech. It wasn't that bad. I mean, I got plenty of shit talked to me because I was walking around campus wearing a burnt orange Texas shirt. That should happen, right? When you go on the road, especially against a rival type of team. Yeah, there should be some back and forth banter, but like no one was throwing stuff besides tortillas at me. No one was trying to fight me. Like it didn't get out of hand there. But I stories from people who went to the shoe. It's like people were spitting on me. People were throwing full beers at me.
That sounds like Morgantown.
Yeah. Haven't been to Morgantown either, but and Chip Brown's been to all of those places, and he's one of those guys who's like, dude, the worst, by far the worst I've ever been treated was Columbus, Ohio, 20 years ago.
Wow.
So, yeah, I'm sure a bunch of Texas fans will be there because it is a matchup of blue bloods. It's a likely preseason top 3 matchup in the sports. And, yeah, Texas obviously hasn't been there in 20 years, and who knows the next time they will be playing a game at Ohio State. Obviously, the Buckeyes will be in Austin next year. Can we get that game under the lights, please?
There you go. Yeah, that's
you're talking about saving lives there. Right? No big noon kickoff for an August 30th game in Austin, Texas, please.
You're talking about shit bums. They're in Columbus for sure.
Oh, plenty of shit bums there. I remember, when Texas played Alabama, right? The game in Austin was big noon kickoff, and it was a scorcher. It was brutal.
Man.
And thankfully, the return trip to Alabama was under the lights, and that was a lot more fun. It helps that Texas won, but that was just a way better atmosphere and way more hype surrounding the game because it was at night all the best games should be played at night. Every other sport has this figured out. I don't know why college football doesn't. But yeah, hopefully the return trip game is.
Oh, the return
under the
trip game
lights.
here should be fine. That little girl should be at least 9 years old by there, drinking in the stands. She should be 9. Well, I don't know if she's going to be 9 because she looks like she'll be 9.
I mean, she looks like she's 4 in this video, and this was this past
I'm going to say
season.
she's a 5-year-older. She's
Okay.
she's a good 5 or 6.
You're going 5 in this one.
Yeah, I'm going to go 5. So she won't be but 7 or 8. She won't be but 6 or 7. Wow. Just in case I'm off a year. It's like my rain calls. So yeah, she'll be 7 when they come back.
Your rain calls have been off a year. It's been very impressive as of late.
Okay, one mistake on the weekend. It was just a weekend.
You had a few mistakes lately, but it's all right. You're not alone. You're just a part of the industry. Everyone in the industry has mistakes.
Hey, we're not buying a 104 on Wednesday, though. Come 106. Come on now. Hey, it's May.
It's too early to be this hot, man.
Yes.
It's terrible. By the way, we are past the midway point of the off season. What does that mean? We are now closer to week 1 of the college football season than we are the college football playoff that obviously ended in January. So we're into the home stretch, if you will. I mean, still 3.5 months away from kickoff, but we are past the official midway point of the college football off season. So
I need to know if Bert Auburn is the starting kicker
at Miami.
Yeah, I need to. Why don't we have an update on your guy?
What is there to update? He transferred after the spring. There hasn't been a practice since he got there.
Oh, man, they got film. Oh, then he's not going to be the starter.
Yeah, well, if they've got film from 22 and 23, then he will be the starter. If they only have film from 24, then, well, they wouldn't have picked him up in the first place.
Yeah, I got to believe he's going to be started. You don't go somewhere like that to not be the starter.
No.
Hey, they wanted him.
Yeah, they wanted him. And I'm sure Bert Auburn got a little bit of money to go there, too.
Little South Beach money to bleach his hair.
Yeah, yeah, cut your hair, dude. You think that was part of the deal?
Oh, they're going to make him cut his hair.
Yeah, if you're playing here, you've got to get rid of that mop on your head, and then it's all good. By the way, Miami opens up their season against Notre Dame.
Very nice.
That is on Sunday of Labor Day weekend. Of course, college football, once again, opening up Labor Day weekend. So you get a bunch of games on Saturday. You get a couple of games on Sunday, and then you get a game on Monday this year. Your Sunday night game, Notre Dame at Miami.
That's an interesting starter, isn't it?
Yeah. And your Monday night game, Jordan Hudson in North Carolina hosting TCU. How's that? Very interesting.
I'm calling a win for TCU in the opener there.
I think a lot of people will be doing the same thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Other big games in week 1, LSU Clemson, the Battle of Death Valleys. That's probably your second best game of the weekend.
Come on, pressure for 2 coaches immediately.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, LSU always loses these games, right?
Yeah, they don't win those games.
Brian Kelly cannot win a week 1 non-conference game. I think he's lost 4 in a row.
I guess I can't call Clemson my sleeper this year, can I?
No, they're going to be a preseason top 5 team, so I don't think you can. I think everyone's going to have them winning the ACC, so I don't think they can be a sleeper. When you're your favorite to win your conference, I don't think you qualify.
I'm calling for them to be the sleeper this year.
Can't do it.
Yeah, that's
you
only
gotta pick
fair.
Another sleeper.
No, that's fair.
How is that fair?
Because they sucked before. I mean, well, they did make it to play. Okay.
They made it to the playoff. They won their conference and made the playoff last year. They got everybody back.
Who was my sleeper last year?
I think Mizzou.
Oh, yeah, that didn't work.
Mizzou and Pitt.
Oh, yeah, the Pitt Panthers. They're not in it this year. Clemson's my team this year.
No, you don't get Clemson. I'm sorry. It's the people won't let you have that one. It's not just me.
Hey, will they let me have Bill Belichick and
Sure.
Ann Hudson and Ann Hudson?
And what, local radio personality Ann Hudson is now dating Bill Belichick?
No.
Interesting. That'd be a twist if her and Jordan flip-flopped.
Oh, Jordan, she'll be with old Lou Holtz here soon.
Oh, my God. You also have Alabama, Florida State in week 1. And Tennessee, Syracuse is, I guess, another decent game that you've
Okay,
got.
can I say that the guy at Bama better not lose to Florida State in week 1?
Yeah, that'd be bad for Kalen DeBoer.
It would be.
Now, I'm seeing some early look-ahead lines for these games. Ohio State, a 3-point favorite against Texas. No surprise. It's just kind of your home team bump right there. I feel like if the game was in Austin, Texas would be favored. But Alabama is an 11.5-point road favorites for that game at Florida State. They can't lose that one.
No.
I've been a Kalen DeBoer defender. I mean, I hate the guy because he made our lives miserable a couple of years ago. He did
But
it
you
2
think
years
he's a
in
good
row.
coach?
I think he's a great coach. Yeah. Like, it was year 1, taking over for the GOAT. And they still had, they were 9-3. They just missed the college football playoff. A lot of people thought they should have been in the college football playoff. Like, I know by their standards, it's a bad year, but I don't think you need to close the book on Kalen DeBoer. And he just hired his offensive coordinator that he had at Washington, had all that success with. So, yeah, I think Alabama is going to be a playoff team this year. And I still think Kalen DeBoer is a good coach. And I think Bama's going to win that game. But you're right. If they lose to Florida State,
Yes.
Florida State win what, 2 or 3 games last year? I mean, the worst.
They
The
can't.
worst.
That's like a weird opener for Alabama. You know, they're just good enough to beat them. You know, and if they lose that game, that's to start off the season week 1 with that kind of pressure on you for the remainder, and then playing these SEC games. That is not good for him. He's got to have a win there.
Florida State 2-10 last year, dead last in the ACC at 1-7 in the conference.
Man.
Yeah, you can't lose that game, Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah. By the way, that Eagles line is out, BK. I thought I saw 7.5 yesterday.
Okay, well, we'll transition to the NFL here because I do wonder if a potential rule change is going to impact your thoughts on that week 1 game between the Cowboys and the Eagles. We'll get to that here in a second. But first, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. Getting ready to pick up the wheelbarrow of booze from the guys today over there at 34 Wine and Spirits. And you can pick up all your booze at any time at 4601. They are a wholesale distributor. They can get it to you. But it's just as easy if you're in the neighborhood to go by the store, say hello to the guys, and pick up all of the different liquids and alcohol that you need. And you'll find Altstadt Beer right there waiting for you at 34 Wine and Spirits. I was over there the other day, saw another truck bringing in that beer. How much beer do they go through over there at 34 Wine and Spirits? The Altstadt truck is there it's like 3 times a week that thing comes by there. People must be drinking that stuff up by the van load.
It's good stuff.
Yes, it is.
They should be doing that. If you haven't had
Love
Altstadt
it.
yet, you are missing out. The best beer that you could find in the entire state of Texas. You can pick it up at 34 Wine and Spirits, or you can get it wherever you buy your beer all across the Lone Star State. Had some Altstadt over the weekend at Kelly's Irish Pub. Always enjoy some Altstadt beer. And yes, there will be Altstadt at the Mullet Open this Friday. So if you're playing in that tournament, yeah, get ready to enjoy some ice cold Altstadt beer. And you might be able to take some home with you.
There you
as well. Love the Altstadt. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. And every Altstadt is brewed without additives, without preservatives. You don't have to worry about some of that filler crap that other beers have. No, you can trust what you're putting into your system. You're going to love the taste while you're drinking Altstadt, but you're also going to feel the difference the next day. Get you some the next time you're buying beer. It is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Very nice.
Yes, and a shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes as well. If you are looking to upgrade your home, a new bathroom, a new kitchen, maybe adding some new life to your outdoor space with a great patio setup, with an outdoor kitchen or a pool or anything like that, our friends at McCall Custom Homes can hook you up. Father-son team, family-owned and operated business that started here in the Austin area 40 years ago, and they have stayed here in Central Texas, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. They are licensed. They offer the best quality materials at affordable prices. Don't just take our word for it. Go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or just Google them. Find all their 5-star testimonials online. Look at the gallery of projects they've done over the last 40 years. Get some ideas for your space and then reach out to them. Right now, they are offering free estimates to TSU listeners. Just head over to that website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, for more info. Or you can reach out to our buddy Mike. Great dude, big Longhorn fan, big TSU listener. 512-633-9580. That's 633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Nice.
All right.
I did pick 2 years ago, pick Michigan as my sleeper, and what happened?
Yeah, they were a top 10 team, and I got mad at you for doing that.
What? Didn't they win the national championship?
They did.
Well, yeah,
if you had picked them to win a national title before the year, then that would have been a great pick. But as a sleeper,
well, that's what you're supposed to do before the season. You're supposed to pick a sleeper, and the kids were asleep, and they won a national title. Cheaters.
So are you picking Clemson to win it all this year?
I don't know if I can go that far.
Then don't be taking credit for it after the season's over if they do. I can already hear you doing that.
A sleeper means you only lose like 1 or 2 games. That's a good sleeper pick. Or is a sleeper a national championship winner?
No, a sleeper needs to be a team that's outside of the preseason top 10. I would argue they got to be outside the top 20.
What?
Like SMU last year would have been a great
sleeper. That's fool's gold.
SMU last year was a great sleeper. Preseason unranked. They make it to the college football playoff.
They got to Penn State, and they were still asleep.
Yeah, they were. They never woke up for that game. But that is a sleeper right there. That is an accurate sleeper projection. So if you could find a team like that, that means I
have to pick a team like Louisville. They suck.
Yeah, I would never pick Louisville.
Or anybody in the Big 12, Baylor,
Texas Tech.
Oh, I can't even ride that horse.
They spent more money on their roster than anybody else this offseason.
More than Texas? I heard Texas spent $1 gazillion.
Yeah, actually 2 gazillion is what Kirk Bowles just reported yesterday.
Man.
He's upped the price tag.
Wow.
Yeah, he didn't get enough pub from his first story, so he had to double the number.
Did he go double? He didn't double down.
He didn't. Oh yeah, I mean he's doubled down. He didn't double the number. He didn't say actually it wasn't 35 to 40. It was 70 to 80. I was wrong. Sorry about that.
Wow.
He hasn't done
whatever.
that.
Hey, whatever's legal, whatever it takes. No commissioner yet. Soon to be.
Hey, just like they say in the Chappelle Show, hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
That's right.
That's it. That's Texas. If you got it, flaunt it. We all wanted Texas to do that for years, and well, now they're finally doing it, and it's making a difference.
I want to be pushed to be a part of the committee, BK. When they hire a commissioner, I want to be on that committee. I want to be part of that.
You got to talk to Nick Saban or Cody Campbell.
Got to talk to Nick. He knows what's going on.
Oh yeah, those are the guys who were appointed to be on that committee to help out in Congress or in Washington.
Ricky and Saban are boys.
There you go. You think Ricky wants to be on that thing?
Oh shit, no.
No chance.
We can't have that.
Ricky can't have more meetings on his schedule.
No.
He would actually have to meet for that.
There'll be a lot of no-shows.
And then, can we zoom you in? No, we can't get a hold of Ricky again.
AI generated at his seat. Somebody just put a cardboard cutout of him.
Yeah, there you go. A little hologram Ricky Williams or something.
Oh, yeah, you'd have to.
I like where your head's at there.
I can't even imagine him showing up at that kind of meeting if he was on the commission. That would be unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, it'd give Texas some love because right now it's Bama guy and Texas Tech guy who are on that committee.
Wow.
I wouldn't mind getting some burnt orange flair in
once
there.
Once again, Bama will be in, no matter how the numbers go for playoffs, they're making it. If they get 8 or more wins, they're in.
How can you say that? They didn't make it last year.
They're in. This is it. That was all the setup for the remainder of football. It's not happening. That was Nick's first year away. It's not going to happen any longer. They're in every year.
Well, we'll see. I mean, the playoffs going to expand after this coming season.
Although, they're definitely in now forever.
Yeah. I mean, when it gets to 14 and probably ultimately 16, then you're going to see some 3-loss teams getting in. and that's where you will see some brand bias come into play. But I'll give the committee credit. They didn't fall for it last year. Not everybody, a lot of people wanted Alabama in over SMU, even though SMU had a much better record and played for their conference championship. SMU got in. Alabama got left out. So
they're going to get that nod every year from this point on. We'll
see what happens this year, right? If there is a 3-loss SEC or Big Ten team, and we're in a similar situation where you're comparing them to a Big 12 or ACC school that might only have 1 or 2 losses.
Take the Black Bears of Maine instead, who went undefeated.
Putting Maine in the playoff?
There's a sleeper for you.
That would be a sleeper, considering they don't play FBS football. If Maine makes it to the playoff, I will give you a lot of love for that pick.
I'm liable to put my Boston College Eagles in there.
Hang on. Bill O'Brien? You're going to bet on Bill O'Brien?
You know, I should put in there, if I were smart, hell, with all the talent at Rutgers, they seem to have talented professionals around them all the time. Why am I not putting them as a sleeper? I know why. Because they're in the Big Ten. They're not in the Big East or the Mid-Atlantic or whatever. No, can't do it. They can't be my sleeper.
That's because we took all their coaches.
That's true. How are they going to be any good?
It's a great question. A lot of people are picking 2 teams to be sleepers this year.
Really?
Oklahoma and Texas A&M are very popular sleeper picks out there right now.
There's not a chance.
Not even kidding you.
Not a chance. Why can't it be the Carolina Tar Heels?
Because they've got a 24-year-old girl running the team. What do you mean, why can't it be the Carolina Tar Heels? We're all seeing publicly why it can't be the North Carolina Tar Heels.
One of the greatest coaches of all time coaching them.
Greatest NFL coaches of all time. Like, we saw Nick Saban, the greatest college football coach of all time, try his hand at the NFL, and that didn't work out very well, did it?
No.
Some guys can do both. Maybe Belichick can do both, but we're talking about a dude in his 70s here. I don't think is long for the job. I think at most he's got 2 or 3 years in Chapel Hill, and I don't know if the league
doesn't even know where he doesn't even know where his Super Bowl rings are located. He's already forgotten. Are they in the safety deposit box? Are they over at Ann Hudson's house? Where are
they're in one of her 18 houses that she bought with his money.
I'm saying she has those rings. I'm saying those rings will never get to his kids.
Oh, she's going to make the will?
Those kids don't have any of that Super Bowl stuff. You'd like to have your kids have at least one, I don't even know if he's got that many kids. But what has he got, 6 or 7 rings? He's got some as an assistant? Oh, no. None of them are going to any of his kids. That's a shame.
He better hope. I guess his kids better hope that relationship ends before he croaks.
Yeah, so they can get their rings?
Yeah, so they can get their stuff. Because if Bill Belichick died right now, Jordan Hudson would be getting everything that he owns.
Oh, my. Dude, that's hard to even think about, that all of those rings could be in her possession.
I mean, I don't think they are right now, but she's probably worn them. I think she has worn them out before. So,
gosh,
I know.
Those are prized possessions for. I mean, I have a bunch of rings.
Yeah, it's a Super Bowl ring. Of course, it's a prized possession. What do you mean? And he wasn't some random trainer or broadcaster. He was the head coach of the greatest dynasty the sport has ever seen.
And he has no clue where they are. She has the key. She's got the key to everything, a lot of things, but she's got the key to that deal right there.
Oh, Bill, you want your little ring back? Well, I want this house in Cape
Cod.
Oh,
no, that's not how that goes.
That'll be an extra $5 million, honey.
You think it goes like that? He doesn't get to say, do you know who I am?
He should have said that, but at this point, I don't think he can. He's too whipped, man. He's too whipped.
I don't know if a man can be beat down like that for his rings, though.
Men have given up way worse over the years.
Wow.
For what's
undefeated. We are a weak lot.
Yeah. Speaking of Jordan Hudson, she is in the news again.
What does she do?
I'm not even sure we talked about the report of her getting banned from the North Carolina football facility.
I remember that 2 weeks ago that she was getting banned. Somebody, that rumor, it was like a rumor that got out that they didn't want around. Some probably high-level official there who's a big donor started probably to spread that because they don't want her there.
Yeah,
But
I think
it was
last
like
week.
false, right?
Yeah, last week there was a report that came out that said she had been banned from the UNC football facility, and North Carolina released a statement this past Friday afternoon saying that she's welcome at any time, and those reports were fake news. So there was that. But over the weekend, Jordan Hudson was participating in the 2025 Miss Maine USA pageant.
You don't happen to have – she's not talking about maps such as, is she? Please get that. Please get that as soon as possible. She has to answer some questions in the pageant, doesn't she?
You would think. We do have a quote from Miss Jordan Hudson. We'll get to that in a second. She ended up coming in third place in the event that was held in Portland, Maine on Sunday. And Bill was there in the audience supporting his Maine squeeze.
Should have been in Bangor.
Doing what now?
Bangor, Maine. Where was that? Was
should
it
have
in
been
Bangor?
banging her. Should have been banging her where?
That's a Bangor, Maine. Bangor, Maine. Been there.
I think she's from Hancock, Maine. Does that have to do with your Bangor reference there?
It's close.
Yeah, she actually was in this last year. She finished runner-up. This year, she fell to third place. Is it time to hang them up, Buck?
Yeah, I mean, how many times you get to do that pageant? How many?
I don't know. I don't know if there's a limit.
Sorry, she can't even be Miss Maine.
Is this not the most on-brand thing ever? This girl being.
I'm going to say this. They're not the prettiest girls in Maine. Sorry about that, Mainers. Not Maine or Texas, but
I was going to say, what is Mainer? We got a lot of listeners in Mainer. What do they have to do with this?
I'm not talking about Maine or Texas. I'm talking about you Mainers up there, Maimonites or whatever they call you.
Yeah, I mean, this girl being in a pageant, asking people to tell her she's pretty is pretty on brand, isn't it?
Yes.
By the way, congrats to Jordan Hudson. At one point during the pageant, she was given the award for best style. No word if she had to sing or do some sort of talent. Is that still a thing in these pageants? Like they used to have a swimsuit.
Yes, they did.
Competition.
They nullified the swimsuit competition.
Yeah, the woke mob got to that one.
Yeah,
we gotta have some fats. We gotta have some fat contestants now. We don't want to put them in a swimsuit.
But I gotta have some talent. I gotta see somebody's got to sing or tap dance like when they were little girls at tap dancing school. I got to see that. I mean, grown-ups still should be able to do some of that.
Yeah, isn't that part of the bit? Like you can't just go out there and win based on your looks. Don't you have to have some sort of skills?
Yeah, I mean, Miss South Carolina had skills.
She had skills. Yes, indeed.
Yes, she did.
Before Jordan Hudson ended up finishing in third place, she spoke to those in attendance. I hope those watching this will find the strength to push through whatever it is and embody that hate never wins. That's exclusive audio from Jordan Hudson there.
Great.
So that was her. I don't want to talk about her every day, but could she have ever imagined that she would be public enemy number one in the sports world when she sat next to Bill on that flight a few years ago?
Hell, I sat next to Ted Williams on a flight, and hopefully my head won't be in a jar floating around someday either.
Did you bang whore him?
No, I just sat there and listened to that guy. He was a great one. Greatest sit down I ever had with anybody. Just talking about fishing. Never knew that guy's head is somewhere in, I think in Arizona, floating around in a jar or something, right?
Still frozen.
There's no way. I mean, just his head is just like there going up and down like a lava lamp. I mean, that's seriously.
Hey kid, I got you a birthday gift, a new lava lamp. Check it out.
Look at the head. Look whose head's there. It's Teddy Ballgame.
You talk about the ultimate switcheroo right there.
Oh.
Somehow that gets flip-flopped with a lava lamp and ends up at a Dave & Buster's somewhere. Then some kid wins it, and all of a sudden it's Ted Williams' head in that lava lamp.
I sat with the great Ted Williams, only to know now his head is floating around in Arizona in a cryo lava lamp somewhere. That is so sad. What a handsome guy and what a big dude. 6'3", almost 6'4". Big. I'm looking at that guy. I'm like, you can't be a baseball player, like a football player.
Oh, you saw it, huh?
I mean, he's a big – Teddy Ballgame is a big – he was, he wasn't muscular, but broad shoulders, over 6'3". Got to sit in first class with him, got to talk fishing. Never talked about baseball. Talked about fishing. That guy loved fly fishing.
Big dude, huh? Big
dude. Everybody was staring at this guy. I'm like, what the hell is that? I'm like, oh, my God, that's Teddy Williams. I hate the Red Sox. Why am I sitting with Ted Williams? What's wrong with me? I should have got up and switched seats with somebody.
He didn't tell him that, did you?
No, did not say, did not talk. Hey, did not mention the Yankees whatsoever.
That's great. Good for you. He probably loved that because I'm sure that guy, every plane he went on, every time he walked out in public, people wanted to talk baseball. So the fact that you went off the beaten path and went to fishing instead, that probably made his day. Yeah,
he knew I was a coach at BC, and I was yapping away about fishing in Pennsylvania and first day of trout season. And he talked to me about if I was ever, did I ever fly fish? And I said, no, that's work. I kept telling him, that's not fishing. That's called work. Fly fishing looks like work. Them flipping flies around and changing flies and walking up and down the stream. I'm like, that's work. That's work, Mr. Williams. That is not fishing. Fishing is sit the pole down, sit back with a cold one, and see if they bite. I don't want to work when I fish.
You think that's what Bill and Jordan were talking about on their flight? Hey, put your pole down and I'll sit on. Oh, sorry, what?
She was trying to do an interview with that guy. Just fell in love the minute she said, "Hey, can I have your number?" That dude was done.
Do you like that? That's my question is, could she have ever imagined that she would be public enemy number one in the sports world when she was on that flight, knowing like, oh, I got this old dude hook, line, and sinker here. Speaking of fish, like I've got this guy.
How long do you think it took her to say, I've got this fool? 5 or 6 minutes into the conversation?
I don't know.
I'm saying after the first phone call, after the next meeting.
Dude, before she got off the flight, she knew.
Do women know that about men? Do they know when they have them immediately?
I mean, most hot girls have men immediately.
Really?
Yeah, like you're at least attracted to them by their looks. So
I mean, that's okay, but that doesn't mean they got you.
No, it doesn't mean they got you, but like Bill Belichick could have had this exact same conversation with like a 60-year-old unattractive woman, and guess what? He's not dating her. The looks obviously help.
So he was had right away. She had.
Yeah, 72-year-old man. He's like, oh, here's this cute little. It's like, oh, I got a chance. Oh, this girl's actually showing interest. And she's like, I know who this guy is.
What is it about? I know you had to be thinking, what is it about me except for I'm Bill Belichick? There's nothing else about you except for your Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
It ain't going to be your looks. It ain't going to be your hoodie. It's going to be your Bill Belichick. And your money.
Yeah, that's it. Well, that's part of the being Bill Belichick. Like, Bill Belichick is Bill Belichick because he's got the money. So
yeah, I mean, he's not sitting on a foot. It's not like Bill Belichick is. I wouldn't know. He's not sitting on a foot long.
No, sitting on a foot long.
I mean,
it sounds like that's what you were doing with Ted Williams.
No.
Yeah, no, she's from the Northeast. She knew who Bill Belichick was. I don't know if it was a Southwest flight or she got to pick her seat or if it was just random assignment and that's how it worked out. But she's like, oh, Bill Belichick, nice. And she's got a history with old rich dudes. So she already knew what she was doing.
Oh, did she have a history?
Yeah. Remember, her ex-boyfriend was like a rich guy in his 60s.
See, I didn't know that part. I didn't know that she had a history with that taking advantage of old people.
Yeah. Taking advantage. Yeah,
well,
she's
hell,
doing
she was 24. If she had a guy, by then, what was she, like 17?
Probably 18 or 19.
Man.
Yeah. Oh, you got guys in their 70s dating people in their 20s. That happens. Pacino's doing it. De Niro's doing it. Belichick's doing it now. That's what happens when you make it big, I guess. You can go 50 years younger.
That doesn't happen to normal. That's guys with money.
Yeah, when you make it big, not us. That's when you make it big.
That's not just shit bums that pick up 18-year-old hot chicks like that, or that, you know, they're doing yard work and shit like that. That's people with unbelievable resources for them.
Yeah, I'll almost hope that if I make it to 70, I won't. But if I make it to 70 and I'm like talking to a 20-something-year-old girl, I'm going to hope she is disgusted.
Yeah, like, hey, quit talking to me, you old fool. What are you
back
doing?
to bingo, old man.
That's exactly what you want to hear, isn't it?
Yeah, stranger danger, creep, who's this old perv? Like that's what should be happening when a 70-year-old talks to a 20-year-old. It's like, oh, this is a cool old person. I talked to some old guy on the plane, not like, I think I'm about to bag this old guy.
No, I don't want them thinking that. Just thinking about, hey, can I help you with your bags? Can I get your overhead? Let me get that down for you, so you don't break one of your arms or you break a wrist or something.
Yeah, let me cop a feel while you're doing that. What?
Hey, why do you have your hands around my waist?
I'm helping you lift it up. I'm helping you lift. It's
oh,
core
my
strength.
Goodness. Oh, it's horrible. I'm
awesome.
Sorry that you haven't got your money back from Delta. And by the way, if you don't try to make contact with them again, you won't get it.
I know.
Huh?
I know. Like, I'm emailing them after the show today. That's on the agenda. So yeah, they want me to forget about it, and it's like, nah, not gonna happen.
That's too bad. You've gone the distance on this one too.
Apparently, I haven't
it's
gone
like
far
the
enough.
Mavs going the distance, just hanging around, waiting for the NBA to fix things, and they did.
It was all a setup. Adam Silver called the Dallas Mavericks a few months ago and said, "Hey, you send Luka to the Lakers, we will send Cooper Flagg to Dallas." And well done by the Mavs. Their acting was impressive last night. Their reaction video after they were given the #1 pick, they acted like, oh my God, we had no idea this was coming.
They acted like the Cowboys war room. Were they like that?
Total surprise. Total surprise. Cool moment for the Mavs fans last night. That's for sure. That was my heart was like, I just figured that's the Mavs in the lottery. They never have any lottery luck. 17th time in the lottery. The first 16, they had not moved up even one spot. I was thinking, all right, the Mavs are projected to pick 11th. They're going to pick 11th here. And then, they're not 11th. That means they're into the top 4. It's like, all right, well, they'll get number 4. And that's pretty cool. It's better than 11. You take that.
Absolutely.
And now the Spurs are also in there. Oh, the Spurs always get the #1 pick.
Were you waiting for that #1 pick to go to the Spurs?
And it's like, you've got the Sixers. That's another big market team, like who's down on their luck. And it'd be a cool story if you get Cooper Flagg. You know, it's close to home for him, and you pair him with Maxey and Embiid, and then now the Sixers are going to be really good again. And then it's like, I knew he wasn't going to Charlotte, even though Charlotte had the best odds. It's like, nah, even though it's Duke, even though it's like, same state, right? Carolina. It's like, all right, maybe there's that. And it's like, they're not going to send a player like that to Charlotte. Not happening. But Mavs get in the top 4. I'm still thinking, all right, they'll be number 4. And then, they're not 4. Okay, well, they'll be number 3. Oh, they're not 3. Then they'll be number 2. Oh my God. It was, my heart was racing yesterday. And
but you knew the Spurs would be right in there with them.
Oh, always. Yeah, our guy Jake says, I didn't see this stat, but the odds of the top 3 being Dallas, San Antonio, Philadelphia in that order, 0.0114% chance that those 3 teams would be picking 1, 2, 3.
Hey, things happen. Miracles happen. Remember how I found my clicker in my car after checking my car 5,000 times. Just showed up one day because God wanted just a small miracle to happen for me.
This was more of a miracle than that, and this was as fixed could be. And even this was a bigger miracle than you finding your car keys in the exact same place that you left them.
Dude, I'm just telling you, miracles happen. And
I believe that. I believe miracles. Look, if this was like the first time something like this happened with the NBA lottery, then I'd just be saying,
oh no, mine was a miracle. This is a fix. What happens in the NBA is a fix. Mine was the miracle, and I'm standing by that, BK. I refuse to get off of that. My wife even thinks you need to get off of that. You just left that thing was there for days on end, and you just didn't see it, which that's wrong. I tore the car up. I looked in the same spot. It's just a miracle that the Lord said, "Hey, listen, this is for you. Here's just a small little something for you, Mr. Godbolt. You know, you're getting ready to turn 70. Here's just a little, just to show you I can make miracles happen in small ways too." That thing that happens in the NBA, that's called a fix. That ain't a miracle. That's a fix.
It is a fix. I agree. But yeah, you finding your car keys exactly where you put them that's not a miracle. That's not a fix. That's just like, that's how life goes.
No,
that's just what happens to people. You put something down, you forget where it is, and then you come back. It's like, oh yeah, there it is. Now I remember. I put it there. Duh.
No. Not when you look for it 20, 30 times and tore the whole car up just to find it, and it's in a little spot that's right there in front of your eyes. I'm not that bad. I'm not that old. I'm an old, but I'm not to that point yet. I didn't have any amnesia for 3 straight days of looking. No, I was very blessed, and I'm glad that happened. And I hope I didn't waste my small miracle that somebody else could have used that miracle.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You could have used it on something better than that, probably. If I do get a miracle from the Lord, I feel like I've gotten plenty from him already. But if
you're looking for that, lottery hit?
No. I mean, that'd be great. I don't play the lottery, so that's going to be tough.
Yeah,
that'd be me stumbling upon a lottery ticket that wins.
Somebody's ticket on the ground.
Yeah, I'm not putting myself in position to get that miracle. But if there is some sort of miracle that I believe happens from upstairs, I sure as hell hope it's better than me finding my car keys in my cup holder. That's lame.
That's how you start, man.
Hey, God, I love you, God. I can do that one on my own. Thank you. I got that. I could find my car keys.
You just crushed. I should have never mentioned it again because it just crushed my joy of that's what truly happened. But I'm not giving up on it.
That's what I do. That's why I'm here for you, Buck.
I'm not giving up on it whatsoever.
All right. Let's shift gears here. We got to get to your Gold Star locks from last night. We got to see what you have for the people tonight. And also, it sounds like the Philadelphia Eagles are bracing for the removal of the tush push. We've got the latest from Adam Schefter on that here in a moment. But first, a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Well, our friends over at Relax the Back, boy, they are something special. If you got a bad back, you got bad hips, you got bad shoulders, thoracic, lumbar area, please call on our friends at Relax the Back. Folks, they got unbelievable select office chairs for you. Of course, they've got those great recliners that are available for you. They've got 2 wonderful locations. I love Relax the Back. I'm sitting in my chair right now. I've had this chair for over 20 years. I love this chair. I wouldn't trade it up. Some people get, like they get a new driver every year, which I do. But this Relax the Back chair, I don't need it. I don't need a new chair every year. This chair does exactly what it's supposed to do for my thoracic back, and it can do the same for you or somebody that you care about. 2 locations, one in BK's at the Hill Country Galleria right across the street from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Backs. If you care about somebody that's hurting from back pain, you suggest going over to Relax the Back. They will fix them up.
Yes, indeed. I'm rocking the Coda hat this morning. Shout out to our friends at Circuit of the Americas.
Big events coming.
Telling you, F1 just a few months away. How about 3 concerts? For the first time ever, you've got 3 concerts F1 weekend in October, plus the F1 race itself. Circuit of the Americas Grand Prix coming up. If you want tickets, head over to circuitoftheamericas.com. But they've got concerts, they've got Coda karting, they've got events all year round out at Circuit of the Americas. Again, just go to circuitoftheamericas.com to find out more. Can't thank our friends at Coda enough for being the sponsor of our Coda text line.
Absolutely.
Speaking of tickets, by the way, shout out to centextickets.com. Hey, Texas Stars playoff games this weekend if you want to go. centextickets.com. The Dallas Stars are playing a playoff game in Dallas. If you want to make the drive up I-35, or maybe you're already in the Metroplex tuned in this morning, they got you covered at centextickets.com. Maybe you want to go to Norman, Oklahoma. But hey, you're supporting Texas, watching the Longhorns try to win an SEC baseball championship in year 1.
Yes,
whatever sporting event you want to go to, concerts, Broadway shows, festivals, ACL's lineup just came out earlier this week. If you're looking for your wristbands, they got you covered. CentexTickets.com. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout, and you will get 10% off of your purchase.
Right. No news in baseball for the Horns. Anybody? They're healthy. They're going to play. They're not going to play. They're
No,
going to pitch well come Thursday.
Well, that's the hope. I don't know if that's a rumor. I hope that's something that happens. Yeah, I mean, the last we heard from Jim Schlossnagle is that maybe Max Ballou plays in this series against OU. So reinforcements.
Not named a starter way too early today.
No, haven't seen any starting pitching announcements for this Thursday to Saturday series against OU.
We talked to Mark later on in the week, find out.
Yeah, we'll talk to Mark tomorrow, and we'll see if he has any intel on what's going on. But, yeah, the Texas offense, I mean, Texas needs a shot in the arm everywhere because the last 2 weeks have been bad on the mound, at the plate, all the above. They're going to get some help with Max Ballou coming back, whether it's this weekend or in the SEC tournament next week. That's going to be huge for the Longhorn offense. But the pitching staff's just going to have to figure it out. Now, obviously, Schloss can make changes. We talked about that yesterday. I think you might see Max Scruggs get the ball in game 1 of this OU series. But, if Jared Spencer's not coming back, you can't hit the portal right now, obviously. So you've got to find a way to make it work with what you got. It's one of the best pitching staffs in the country until 2 weeks ago. So those guys are capable of being great. You just got to find a way to get things turned around. Stop walking dudes. Stop hitting them.
I just don't know if you can shelf. You can't shelf the guy for Friday. I don't know where he comes in. Does he come in and do some later in the innings, kind of mop up if you need an out here or there? Well, that scares you too.
Yeah.
But
here's what I would do. I would have Max Scruggs starting on Thursday.
Okay.
I would keep Luke Harrison in his game 2 spot. So this week that would be Friday. And I'd put Ruger Riojas in game 3. Like, I know Riojas has been really bad in his last 2 starts, but he was very good as a Sunday starter.
Sure.
And maybe that just takes the pressure off of him. Like, look, best case scenario, Texas wins the first 2 games and they clinch the SEC. So that Sunday game Saturday game doesn't really matter at all.
Right. He just gets a chance to pitch.
Yeah, you just throw him out there and you let him get his confidence back in a very low pressure situation, because you're going to need Riojas at some point, whether it's as a starter or coming out of the pen. Like, he's been too good.
You get to Omaha, then I guess I would not. If you win the championship, if you win the league championship, I would. Do you place him back as your starter? Yeah, you got to give that kid another. I know you've given him 2 shots. I know I'm not giving him a third for this deal here. I want my championship, but I think in Omaha, maybe game 1 I'd throw him back out.
Well, you got to get to Omaha. You got to play a regional and then a super regional.
Another regional at home. I'm saying you'd let him get an opportunity. I would think.
Yeah, well, I think you have to. Like, you'd like to go, 3-0 in your regional, but there's a chance if you need that 4th game, then
sure,
you got to go deep into your starting rotation, and those regionals all happen over the span of a weekend. So,
right.
They're going to need Ruger Riojas to likely start another game. You can't throw him out there game 1 again.
No.
If they do, look, I trust Schloss. I trust Max Wiener. Those guys have done a tremendous job in 2025.
I wouldn't trust that. I wouldn't trust that. I mean,
yeah,
I'm not
I would disagree with it.
I've never coached baseball. I just wouldn't. I don't know if I could do that. Because I'm thinking about the team. I'm thinking about my goal. I'm not too worried about the kid mentally. That's nice, but hell, you've had two shots at it. This is big boy baseball. You're not going to get a third at it. You've had 2 at it. I got to think of my team, and I got to think of winning the championship. So I wouldn't make it a 3rd time.
Yeah. No, I agree. Like, that's the move I would make as well. There's no obvious answer, unfortunately. Like,
right.
If Jason Flores was pitching better, then it's like, all right, you just flip flop your game 3 guy with your game 1 guy.
Sure.
And that's easy. But Jason Flores has been struggling too. So you've got 2 of your 3 starters that are in a bad spot right now and are putting the team in bad spots right now. So that's where you really get tested if you're Jim Schlossnagle, and you've got to make some tough decisions here. But again, I think Max Scruggs, that's the most obvious choice. I expect that to be the choice, but we'll see what happens, man. You got to find a way to win the SEC. It's too close.
Yes.
You've done too much. You played too well. Yeah. You get a 5-game lead with 9 to play. You've got a 2-game lead with 3 to play. Like, get it done. You want to win it outright. You win at least one game, you get a share, which you don't call that a bad season, but obviously you want to stand alone atop the league.
Oh, of course, after what you've gone through, of course, the way you've started this thing out.
Yeah. Win 2 games, please. All right. Buck, here's the good news.
Okay.
You went 3-1 with your Gold Star locks last night.
Of course, that's always good news.
Here's
I
the
won
bad
the
news.
series.
Here's the bad news.
Yeah.
Even money. Because you had 5,000 units on your 3 wins. You had Minnesota taking game 4 in Golden State.
Good pick.
You got your 2 hockey picks right with the Raising Canes and Oilmen winning their games. But you had 15,000 units on the Boston Celtics.
How did they blow that? I mean, seriously, they were up by 14 and 16 points when I shut it off and say, this is over with. Because I didn't want to see the Knicks make their comeback. That's what it was. Sometimes I shut that off because I know it's about to happen.
It wasn't as bad as games 1 and 2 because the Celtics held 20-point second-half leads in both of those games. They were only up by 14 in this one, but they still blew it, man. Like, it's crazy because every time Boston played a close game in last year's playoffs, they just made the plays in crunch time. They found a way to win.
Yeah.
This year, every time they've been in a close late-game situation, they have found a way to lose. Obviously, you credit the Knicks. I mean, Jalen Brunson's been – you talk about a career arc that makes no sense. What Jalen Brunson has turned into, I don't think anybody saw coming. But he's been great. McCall Bridges has been great in the second halves of these games. Karl Anthony Towns has stepped up in a big way for the Knicks. I mean, give him credit. Tip your cap to them. They're doing what they need to do in these fourth quarters to get these dubs. But it's weird to see Boston because it's the same team that ran through the playoffs last year.
Yes.
Like they almost can't get out of their own way. And, oh, by the way, Jason Tatum got hurt in the final 3 minutes last night. He had to get carried off the court, and got rolled into the locker room in a wheelchair. No, I don't think this was a Paul Pierce shitting incident.
Man.
That looks bad. So the Celtics on the brink. They're down 3-1. I'll give the stat again. NBA teams up 3-1 in best of sevens have gone on to win the series 95% of the time. You give Boston any chance?
Jason Tatum done, they're done.
Yeah, nothing official yet. Joe Mazzulla, their head coach, didn't really say anything after the game, which is usually not a good sign. All he said was MRI coming tomorrow. Tomorrow is today, so we'll find out more today.
A knee?
It looked more like ankle Achilles than knee. So, yeah, and you talk about adding injury to insults. If Tatum's done, you're right, Boston's done. If Tatum is back, you give him any chance to come back from 3-1 down?
Well, the way people are talking about it, even on the text line here about looked like his Achilles exploded, looked like a Durant injury. No, I don't. I think the Knicks. I think this is the Knicks series, and I'm trying to figure out where do they go from now. Indy is playing so well.
It might be Knicks Pacers. Remember, those two teams played in the second round last year, and Indiana pulled off the upset against New York in a very good 7-game series. So we might get a rematch of that one this time in the conference final with the spot in the NBA finals on the line. And for the first time this year, somebody besides the Boston Celtics are favored to win the Eastern Conference. Right now, it's the Knicks.
Yeah, I like their chances right now.
If anybody chokes a 3-1 lead away, it
would be the Knicks.
But if Tatum's out, they're not choking it. Right?
No.
Right? Even the Knicks can't blow this one. That was the biggest win for the Knicks.
Jaylen Brown would have to take so much on his shoulders.
Yeah.
And maybe that's one of these times that he can do that, but I don't think so. I think they got too many defenders on New York for him.
Well, I think the Celtics could win a game without Jason Tatum, but I don't think they can win 3 games in a row without Jason Tatum. Like, if Boston was up 3-1 right now, it'd be like, they'll win the series. Like, it might go to 7, but they're going to win the series. But down 3-1, the way Brunson's playing, the way the Knicks are playing right now, it's over. It's over.
I love Brunson's game, but I just don't like fall on the floor guy that much. I just don't like that part of it. Just reminds me too much of soccer guy.
He does have a little soccer to him, but
man,
God, he's good.
I just never seen a guy with such great balance and such great skills lay on the ground. I know, and he's not that little. That guy's stout. This
He
isn't
is,
Kyler
yeah.
Murray. He's not Kyler Murray little.
No, he's built. He's strong. I mean, he plays back to the basket a lot, right? You don't see a lot of point guards,
Yeah.
down on the low block doing work, but Jalen Brunson has the ability to do that, and you've got to respect him. Like, he draws so much attention away from a defense. Not only did he have 39 points last night, he had 12 assists as well. So it's like, if you just pay attention to him and you leave somebody else, then he's going to find an open shooter, and boom, you're cooked. Like, he is a superstar.
The Villanova guys have got it going on right now. The Pope, the Pope went to Nova. Now this is their year. It seems like, it's probably the year.
It's the year of the Nova. Yeah, and the Knicks have Brunson. They've got Bridges. They've got Josh Hart. Hart didn't do much last night, but the other two did. And the Knicks have not been to a conference final since 2000. So when I say it's like their biggest win in 25 years, it might be. It might actually be. And obviously, they got to get the fourth one. Everyone says that's the hardest one to get, but they are in a great spot. 3 chances to win 1. And the defending champs, who I think just about everybody was picking to repeat, like start of the season, start of the playoffs. It's like the Celtics are done.
Even with that loss last night, if Tatum's back, I still think they would really have a chance to still win it. But if he's not, I can't imagine if the guys having MRIs and they're carrying him off the court, he's not coming back in the next 2 days.
No. Well, if you start putting units on the Knicks, then the Celtics have a chance.
Oh, I'm putting units on the Knicks.
Well, then I might take back my take.
It doesn't matter where they go, to the TBC Garden or the NBC Garden or the Rose Garden. It doesn't matter. This looks like the Knicks' deal now.
The TPC Garden. Early line for Game 5 tomorrow. Boston -4.5. Of course, the series shifts back to Beantown. No word on Tatum yet. We'll see if that line changes if Tatum is ruled out.
Oh, that line will change.
I still think Boston's going to be favored, even without him.
I'm still seeing. I would see Pick'em there.
Closer to Pick'em. Okay.
Closer to Pick'em, yeah.
Well, let's get.
By the way, as I said, with that Cowboys-Eagles line out there early, BK, listen, all you dads out there and stuff that are doing yard work, doing some extra, making a little extra money, doing some yard work, and doing some things this summer, get that extra money and put it on the Eagles in Game 1. That line looks like 7.5. Are you kidding me? Even if it's 8, who cares?
Well, real quick on that before we get your Gold Star locks for tonight's playoff action. The official vote on the tush push will take place next week, May 20th and 21st. If passed, the play will no longer be legal, at least for this season. That is such a
weakness of the NFL. How weak is that?
According to Adam Schefter, the Philadelphia Eagles are preparing as if the play will not be legal this year.
Yeah, well, because it's easy enough to when they do it, because nobody can stop them when they do it. So
is Jalen Hurts getting cut?
No, they're going to come up with something else that's going to be – they'll find a way. Coaches will find a way.
Well, here's what I know. If the Eagles don't win the Super Bowl, they've got their built-in excuse. They don't have to come up with that one anymore. That's already there.
Yeah, they'll just turn around and hand it off to that dude at running back and find a way to push it or something. Something's going to happen. They'll find a new gimmick. That's what coaches do. They find new ways. They'll find a new way with that.
Yep. That's again, nothing official just yet.
I think it's weak. I think it's a weak deal by the NFL if they go that way. But hey, it's a vote. They all vote on it. That's fine. That's why they have these deals after the season. They have rules committees, and this is what they want to do. And if they all vote on it, that's fine. I don't think that stops the Eagles from anything, except for they'll find another way for 3rd and 4th down.
Hey, keep your rugby out of my football, please.
There you go.
If I want to watch rugby, I'll go watch rugby, but I'm good on that. Now, it's not getting banned in college, Steve Sarkisian.
But the toss sweep is getting banned.
The toss sweep can be banned. That's fine. Get rid of the toss sweep. Is it unfair? Is it unsafe? No, it's just too stupid. Get rid of it. It's too dumb.
It's just a stupid play.
It's just a stupid play. So get rid of it because it's stupid. But, hey, tush push. They can make it illegal in the NFL, but to my knowledge, they're not doing anything in college with it. So, You can also just do a quarterback sneak if you want. Sorry,
Who's going to take the mantle on that now in college? That deal. Somebody's going to do it.
I don't
Might as
know.
well be Texas. You got a big old 6'4" quarterback. Why not?
No one's done it. Has anyone done it in college the last few years? It's not like, oh, it's illegal now in the NFL, so now you can do it in college. You could have done it the last few years, right?
Yeah, nobody's really done that. They just do, like you said, they just call it a quarterback sneak in college, and their center just mows the guy over, and they fall over the top for a first down.
Mm-hmm.
They don't turn it and toss it 8 yards back and see if they can get to the end zone.
They changed the rule after the Bush push deal, but I don't know. Everyone finds loopholes. There will be another loophole here.
Sure.
We'll figure it out. The Eagles are still going to be good, but they've got their excuse if they don't win the Super Bowl, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, can a running back take the snap, or is it just you can't be underneath the center and take it and push anymore?
Yeah, I don't think you can push. I don't think you can propel anybody forward. I think that's what they're going to say. So even if it's like a shotgun, I don't think Saquon Barkley can push Jalen Hurts forward after he receives a shotgun snap,
It's going to be he has to do it on his own.
Yeah.
When he takes the snap.
You can block for him, but he's got to get there. He can't be helped.
Yeah, I can't. I'm sort of all right with that, I guess. I think it's weak anyway, but for them to do it because somebody found a way to get and nobody else can do it the right way. I'm fine if it goes. I'm fine that it's like you said, it's more like rugby anyway. But a quarterback sneak has always been a part of football, period. But it's never been with the guys pushing from behind. That's the one that I think everybody's pissed about. Guy's already strong enough, and he doesn't need another 230-pounder behind him, along with somebody else pushing. So
there's going to be a big uproar next week if this happens. But I'm here to tell you that football is going to go on.
Oh, boy. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, you're welcome. I got you there. All right. Gold Star lock time, Buck.
Okay.
2 NBA games, only 1 hockey game tonight to pick from. But we'll start with the association. Game 5, Pacers, Cavaliers. Indiana trying to close out.
We're in Cleveland. We're in Cleveland.
In Cleveland. No word on if Donovan Mitchell is going to play. He's a game-time decision for the Cavs right now. Despite that, the Cavs are 7.5-point home favorites.
I'll take Indy for 5,000 units.
Okay.
Too many points.
You think this series ends tonight?
Yeah, Miles Turner's a really good player. I don't know if it ends, but I think they cover it.
Okay, I'm just curious. Yeah, you don't have to pick that for the sake of these picks, but all right. And then you've got another game 5. Nuggets at Thunder. That series tied at 2 games apiece.
I think OKC has a big night tonight. I'll put 10,000 units on them tonight.
Vegas is with you. They are 10.5-point favorites in this game.
Yeah, I think they have a big night.
You're okay with that? Yeah, boy. If Denver goes on to lose this series, Game 4 is going to sting for a while.
Oh, yeah.
They had an 8-point fourth quarter lead with a chance to go up 3-1 and steal home court away from OKC, and instead they cough it up, and now it's a best of 3 with Oklahoma City having home court advantage back on their side. I think they're in trouble. The one hockey game tonight, your Dallas Stars back in action. At home against Luzapeg, the Stars lead that series 2-1.
Let's just give that a quick 10,000 unit play for the Stars. Hey, I got them their first victory. I mean, what else did I need to do? Now I got to get them another win tonight. Hey, everything's happening good for the city of Dallas. Let's not forget that. They're on a little bit of a roll now. Go ahead and put 10,000. No, make that 15,000 units.
No, 10,000. It's already written down.
Okay, 10,000 unit play.
Don't do 15,000 units, please.
But you people out there, go ahead and put another 5 on it because they're going to win big tonight.
Win big tonight.
Yeah, this is a 2-goal win tonight.
Okay, well, there you go. You can get for those people who are betting on the puck line tonight, -1.5. You can cash in on that deal there. And I feel like Dallas's luck is over after you made that pick.
I still haven't got enough credit for their first win in a series to start.
Yeah,
last weekend. They really were. They had been crap, obviously, for what, eight occasions.
And I come in
and I make one play on them, and look at where they are. Now I'm trying to make a play. I'm trying to up my play, and you don't want it to happen. I don't know if you really want it to happen for them.
I really want it to happen for them. I don't want you to be cursing them. That's what I really don't want to happen for them. That's what we need here. All right.
We are making money for the people once again in another sports. And once I get my WNBA lineup all set up, because it does start this weekend, I will start making you money there. No, I won't. I won't watch a full quarter.
You don't have to watch to bet. You can still bet.
Don't those ladies still play like quarters, first quarters of the CYO game? Then there's a set. I know everybody does too. It's just the way it is. The NBA does the same, but no, I'm not going to watch that. I won't watch one full quarter. Sorry, Liberty.
But what about bets? What about bets? You could still put money down and give out some Gold Star locks to the people.
No, sorry, Liberties and Aces and Aprons. No, not doing that.
All right, Aprons. I don't think that's a team name.
Are you sure?
I don't think Maids is a team name either.
Oh,
I feel like that's where you were going next.
No, I didn't say the cooks. How are the cooks? No,
I don't think the chefs or the cooks or the bakers.
That is you, the bakers. The Cincinnati Bakers. That would be great.
I know you're thinking next.
Yes, the next time they have a team that they're thinking about naming, I will name the next WNBA team. Give me a shot at it. The Bakers. I like that.
Is that what you're going with?
I do like the Bakers.
What about the Baltimore Bakers?
That's not bad. What's wrong with that?
Well, I could think of a couple of things.
Too. No, men bake too, I guess. Yeah.
Men bake too. All right. Quick shout out to Woods Comfort Systems here.
Love the folks at Woods Comfort Systems. 70 years. Are you kidding me? Hey, that air conditioning is going to need to be cranking, and it could be today for sure. BK's calling for some heat. I'm calling for, don't worry about records being broken. Your Woods Comfort System is going to work properly. It always does once you get those folks over there. They'll do maintenance work for you. You're going to be happy with their technicians if you need them. But if you need them, you need to make that call because it's going to get hot this week. It's going to get hot starting this afternoon, I believe. So Woods Comfort Systems, whether it's air conditioning, heating, or plumbing, those folks have been doing it for close to 70 years, and nobody does it better.
Now, woodscomfortsystems.com, 512-842-5066, their phone number. Shout out to them. Also, some love to AV Consultations as well. Perfect timing. Their logo is behind me on both of the AV Consultation screens that they installed at my place. They can do the same for you. If you want a bunch of TVs on one wall like I have, you want the big 85-incher like the Buck has, it doesn't matter. They got you covered. Shout out to AV Consultations, by the way, because they will be giving away an 85-inch Samsung TV at the Mullet Open this Friday. So Tom McKay and his team, great dudes, super charitable. And hey, if you don't win that TV, well, guess what? They will give you what you are looking for in the comfort of your own home. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678, or find out more online at avconsultations.com.
And no, not the Florida flight attendants. That is a low blow. I would not go that far.
That's the one.
No, that is horrible. Jason, I would not do that. I would not call upon them to be the Florida flight attendants. No.
What about the Minnesota maids?
I'm not like that. I don't know why. I have daughters. I'm a father of daughters. I don't think like that.
Children.
I'm a Title IX guy. Cut it out.
If Minnesota changes from the Timberwolves, they could be the Minnesota manservants.
I'm down with that.
How's that for an NBA?
I can go for that. The Boston Bakers.
Bring on the boys of Chaos Theory. Gentlemen, good morning.
Yo.
What's up?
Hey, so what would Austin have been? Because Austin was in the running for a WNBA team. What would we have called the Austin ladies team?
The Yellow Rose of Austin?
Are we going for alliteration here?
Yeah, get some of those ladies on that team.
The Austin Aprons. There you go, Buck.
There you go. Aprons.
The Austin
Aprons. You can't use aprons. That's degrade. That's bad.
I thought that's what you wanted.
I'm not like that. Austin stewardesses. That's
Nothing's coming to mind. I'm trying to think
backwards.
No, I can't think of anything.
We're supposed to move forward in all this stuff. We're taking a step back.
Austin Karens. I like that.
Austin
Karens.
That could be
the
it,
Austin
right?
alphabet.
Don't. You guys are hard. Oh, that Florida flight attendants is a doozy, though.
The Austin Broads. What if we just call them Broads?
The Kentucky Kitchen Winches. Yeah, I'm not laughing. I'm laughing with you. I'm not laughing at you. That is
that's worse.
The Austin
I mean, do you think it's funny?
manservants?
The Austin. Yeah,
The
Austin
Austin Air manservants?
No,
Ooh.
you can't.
It's too long.
No,
we got
to get on a jersey.
What about the Austin?
Got to get on a jersey. It's got to get on a jersey.
What about the Austin Bitches?
No,
that's what I was gonna say.
There you go. Just
that could
straight
be
up.
that could be any team name. It doesn't have to be a women's. If we get an NBA team, call them the Austin Bitches.
Just straight up, yeah.
Call them
Want a jersey that says that, you know?
The Austin City Seamstresses.
The Austin
Lake
Lizards.
City Seamstresses. You guys are going to get me in trouble.
The Austin Cougars. There you go.
There you go.
Like Houston.
Good.
Yeah, there it is right there.
The Austin Silver Dollars.
The Austin Silver Dollars.
All right, boys. I got to go get to
Buck,
work.
Don't go.
I got to get to work.
Buck.
I got some finishing touches.
Hold on, Buck. Got something for you. So
What
y'all
you
were
got?
talking about Belichick's girlfriend.
Yes.
Did y'all see Bill sitting with her dad?
Are they the same age?
No.
Oh, he's older.
Yeah, the dad's way younger. Look at that. That's like real.
It looks like one of his quarterbacks.
I know.
Why does she have Hancock on her thing?
I think that's what she does well, apparently.
Is that a nickname or something?
The Austin Hancocks.
Oh.
Yeah. So, yeah, there you go. Look at that
She
guy.
didn't have to say anything. She didn't sing or dance or do anything. That's not
From
right.
Hancock County. She probably talked about how she'd bring world peace to the world.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
With maps
thank you
and
very
like
much.
such as.
Yeah.
I want her
Wow.
to talk about maps and stuff.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right.
All right, boys.
Good
Have a
luck.
good one.
Take
See
care.
you, Buck. All right, guys. I forgot to play this for the Buck, but I figured you guys would get a kick out of this because I'm sure y'all will be talking about the lottery during your show. But I went back and listened to my sorry Wizards fan. You had to know that was going to happen. I went back
There's
and
a good projection right now though on ESPN of who we might get. So it's going to be purgatory for him, but if it happens, I'm cool with it.
All right. Well, here I want to play. So I went back and like my favorite Dallas radio station, The Ticket, they their show goes till 7 and the lottery was at like 6:30. So they were still on broadcasting live when the ping pong balls dropped and the Mavs name was called to have the first pick. And here's a little snippet of their live reaction to the Mavs winning the lottery.
Do we have the audio? Do we need this?
All right, give it to us.
Thanks again, Kevin. The fourth pick
This is Mark Tatum.
in the NBA draft
Come on, you
goes
bitch.
to the Charlotte Hornets.
They
Outstanding.
know they're not 4.
That's the fourth pick and they're going nuts. All right, here we go.
Picking third will be the Philadelphia 76ers.
It's rigged. It's all rigged. Fix is in.
Dude.
The fix is in. The Spurs
The
can't get
second
it.
pick will be made by the San Antonio Spurs. And that means that the number 1 pick in the 2025 NBA draft goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
Oh my God! Oh my God, dude! Oh my God!
Trade the pick to the Lakers and get Luka back.
Oh my God!
I can't believe this.
Are you effing kidding me? This is the greatest moment ever! Nico Harrison did this! He's a genius!
He's a genius.
He knew if he gave Luka to Pelinka that he would be rewarded by the league! Bob! Admit it! It's all rigged! Is in! Oh my God, the Mavericks have the first! We have Cooper Flag! We have the next one! We have Cooper Flag! We have the next one! And Paige Beckers!
Yeah, that's the other
Maybe they'll get married! God. Maybe Cooper and Paige will get married! Oh my God, you're so right!
So there you go.
Man, the Mavs fans they absolutely needed this, dude. Like, I don't know if this is what you have to do to sacrifice, to make a sacrificial lamb, right? A biblical reference of a sacrificial lamb to get the next golden child. But I mean, like, if this isn't a 5-tool play, we're talking about Cooper Flagg, right? If he doesn't have this is a can't miss. This is an absolute can't miss.
I don't know. I can't imagine he's going to be as good as Luka, but, I mean, he plays defense. That's why Luka got traded from the Mavs. He was out of shape and he didn't play defense. At least that's what the Mavs said were the reasons they didn't want to give him a supermax contract. So they get a guy who's
big, prototype wing.
Well, he is, and the other part, guys, he is young.
That's what
very young. You want to talk about that piece that can take your franchise into the next, 10, 12, 15 years.
It's not just that, like him added to the size of the 3 bigs that were just there. If this has to entice Kai to stay at least one more year just to see what could happen, right? Again, man, maybe that old adage, right, of the quarterback or a Super Bowl team usually wins with a rookie quarterback. Maybe you get this guy on a rookie contract here, and it just comes to fruition, man. I mean, this is I have goosebumps for Dallas Mavericks fans. I do. Yeah. Like it's just
crazy. I mean, 3 months ago, it felt like the franchise was dead, right? Like, and people just gave up on the team. And yesterday, it feels like saved the Dallas Mavericks franchise. It really did.
I totally agree. And I think that's a big part, BK, is that you've re-energized the fan base that fast. And that's extremely important. I mean, I know that when it comes to the on-court product, on-field product, whatever the case is, you want to talk about that. But these folks are so excited right now. The dude ain't even been drafted by them yet. And
this will be a big test because we know Nico hates white people. So is he willing to draft a white player number 1 overall, or does he go with somebody else? Who knows?
Does he screw up here and draft Dylan Harper?
Trades the pick
and Cooper Flagg falls.
Hey, the boys from Rutgers ain't bad.
No, there's good players in this draft, but there's one of one. This was the Cooper Flagg sweepstakes, and I'm sure y'all will get to it. So I will bid y'all adieu, and I will be.
Well, hold on. What was your? I mean, you're a diehard Mavs fans.
Couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. I'm fascinated to hear what Matt says this afternoon because Matt's a diehard Mavs fan too, but he's one of those Mavs fans. Obviously, he's not alone who swore off the team. He's like, I'm not going to be a Mavs fan until Nico's fired and they've got new owners there. Like, I am done with the Mavs right now. And there are a lot of people who felt the same way. Like, after that trade, it ripped the city's heart out and it just ripped the fan base apart. And I was pissed, obviously, but I'm like, I'm still going to root for him. Like, I'm loyal to the laundry. Sure. I'm loyal to the laundry. It's just who I am. And so for me, it's like very easy to get bought back in because I never really stepped all the way out. But I do wonder for the fans who are like swearing off the team, what do they do? Are they simply or are they still
this is some really good crow to eat, bro. Yeah, this is some really tasty crow. If you got to come on here and eat crow, this is some good crow.
The thing with Dallas is it's not like this. I mean, this is a team that's 1 year removed from the NBA Finals. This is a team that lost a huge piece. Hell, they were in the play-in game.
They were trying to make the playoffs with this experiment,
right?
Injury,
right. So this isn't something where you're like massive rebuild and all these different things happening, and you're going to add that piece. You're going to add that piece. There's reason for optimism. People need to get back on the wagon.
Yeah. And I think a lot of people will. I'm sure the Mavs season ticket office that has, only been getting hate calls for the last 3 months. I'm sure they're going to be getting some actual
calls. So though, dude, rightfully so.
Oh my God. Yeah. Well, you feel bad. Like you felt bad for like the ticketing department and actually know the person who runs the Mavs social media. She's a sweetheart. Like she's, everyone's shitting on her and shitting on everybody who had nothing to do with this trade. Yeah. And it's like, you feel happy for them because they just got completely screwed more than anybody else on this thing. And now it's a get out of jail free card, as Jake says. So
yeah, absolutely.
Crazy. All right, guys.
You gotta sell your soul to do it, but it happened.
Sell your soul. I've done that a couple of times, and I haven't gotten anything as cool as Cooper Flagg. So maybe one of these days.
Buddy. It's on the back.
One of these days. All right. Y'all have a good show, guys.
Later, bud.
There he goes. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory. It got chaotic last night for Mavs fans. We heard a little bit of audio from 105.3 The Fan just a minute ago. Yeah, man, welcome in. Make sure you follow us on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags. That is my partner in crime, my co-host of this show, Rodney Rodriguez. You can find him on Twitter at the Rodney R, and then on InstaFace at the _ Rodney R. Double R is also known as Ronnie
on Instagram.
Instagram, and also the OnlyFans. Ronnie is
that's right
model.
That's right. That
all right.
Yeah,
I mean, if you guys are out and about, if you guys are out on that Coda text line, hit us up 512-222-9328. Again, the lottery numbers are 512-222-9328. All right, my dude. Where do you want to go first?
I would kind of want to keep talking about that. It was one of those things last night to where watching that, and of course I was like honed in on the Spurs, and when they're like, oh, okay, now the San Antonio Spurs will pick within the top 4. And I'm like, okay, is this about to happen again? I mean, is this really going to happen again? And, I think it's great that the Spurs are picking second. I mean, because they're going to add another piece right there. And now the Giannis thing has been thrown out to where, San Antonio and Houston could be the leading spots for Giannis. That's a whole different discussion. But to watch all that play out last night, isn't it funny that you can get glued to the TV for shit like that, to where it's like they're getting into, they're about to do the top 4, and they're like, we'll be right back.
Oh yeah. They know what's going on.
Oh yeah,
they know what they're doing. They know what strings they're plucking here.
Yeah,
and as soon as, so when I saw that it was going to be Charlotte at 4, I was just like, holy shit, because I'm expecting. I think CB threw it up in here already. I was expecting the Mavs to maybe look for a shooting guard, maybe look for somebody close like Trey Johnson. Like Trey Johnson would have been a good fit for the Mavs, I thought too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Klay Thompson's fantastic, but how long can Klay continue to do this at the high level that he is still doing without just being an average cog contributor, right? Where he comes in and hits 13 points. Right now he's still able to produce on the offensive front and still be able to hit 5 threes in a game. Like, when does that go away? So maybe I thought they would draft a Trey Johnson and maybe bring that in if they had maybe the 5th or anything outside of 5, right? Or anything outside of 4. I heard that and I'm just like, okay, well, now they're bumped up, and then I'm just like, Jesus Christ, now they can get 8. They could probably get Ace if they want. If Kai's considering of leaving, they could probably go out and get one hell of a point guard with Ace. And these dudes, like, you mentioned, Harper and Ace here, but the dudes from Rutgers can play, man. They can absolutely play. And then when San Antonio was called second, I'm just like, holy shit. I immediately went to social media, and of course, everybody beat me to it. The fix is in. The fix is in. Nico sold his soul. You got to sell Luka to get the number 1 pick in the NBA, man. Fantastic. And look, I also went to social just to see the reaction of Mavs fans. Like, it was like just an awful. I can't imagine what it was like, because I'm not like a deep down complete blue fucking Mavs fan, right? I'm not like I'm a Wizards fan, right? I'm happy to root for the team, but I don't have 20 plus years of invested time into a fan base, right? I just don't. They're called fanatics for a reason, and you sell your soul for the team. And it's like what BK says, man, you're always loyal to the laundry, right? I love the Wizards. I love the laundry. It's tough to shed it. But I mean, like, when you die with when something happens with the team, you usually die with it, man. You ride and die with your club, right? And it was just really nice. It's an awesome feeling for the Mavs fan the Mavs fandom to actually get this and salvage their future that they thought was absolutely gone to dog shit. So
yeah, and it's just the way that this all played itself out.
You guys think it's been fixed? I don't think it has. There's no way that it adds up. You can't orchestrate something. I say that, but you absolutely can. So
yeah, because they bring in the sealed ballots. When they start talking about sealed ballots, and
why does it have to be sealed in the first place?
Yeah, Ernst and Young and all these things. It's like, do the bingo thing. Let them ping pong balls bounce out. And I think they used to do it that way. But, and for Dallas fans, and just for the whole story in general, why the fix, while it really does feel like the fix could have been in, is the way that the Lakers get bounced. There's the trade. after all that happens, there's a lot of, okay, maybe Luka is not in the best shape. That comes up. And then here's Dallas winning the lotto. And for Dallas basketball fans, I know it's probably irrelevant to a lot of people, but the fact that the Dallas WNBA, they have Paige Beckers, I mean, that really is a big deal, So as that was going on and Dallas moves themselves in, I'm like, are these guys really going to win the lotto? And it was kind of hard to judge Cooper Flagg's kind of thoughts. He kind of had pretty much a Stone Cold thing where he's just, walking the company line and talking about being the number one pick and all that. But you got to think, man, like we were talking about, you're going into a situation to where you're not going into a total rebuild. You're going in where you're going to pop in place. This team is a
man,
piece
you guys
away,
are making
right?
me believers, man. I forgot about this. I forgot about LeBron actually, or the Cavs. I knew the Cavs got it, but I forgot about the Pelicans getting it too. So Jake chimes in. He goes, Cavs won the lotto immediately after LeBron left. The Pelicans won the lotto immediately after CP3 trade. The Pelicans won the lotto again immediately after the AD trade, and now this. It's rigged. Yeah. I absolutely forgot about the Pelicans with the CP3 deal. I remember the AD deal, the CP3 deal. I did not. This is some very strong evidence, or they could just be really, really good coincidence, Jake. I mean, this is supposed to be a happy day for you. Well, you know what? He can still be happy. It can still be rigged, and he can still be happy. Big deal. It's tainted. It's tainted. Big deal.
Last year, Wags, when San Antonio won the lotto, and it was like you look at the whole thing there with the big guy that's going to transform the franchise from Robinson to Duncan and then Wemby. I don't care if it's rigged or not. I mean, however it works. If it's rigged that Wemby was going to be a Spur and the Spur for life and whatever, hopefully that's great. But yeah, for Dallas fans, and I am really curious, like we were talking about, see how many people are going to dive back on the wagon. And I tweeted this out last night to where it's like, Nico's a genius. Nico didn't do shit. I mean, this was luck. If it all works out the way that it's supposed to have worked out.
Nico knew this the entire time.
I know.
If it is rigged, but hold on. If what the guys are saying is true, then Nico kind of had this on the back burner here, and he's just like, wait a second. Do I want Luka or do I want to roll with Cooper Flagg in the future?
Mm-hmm.
What can I get on the return for Luka? And then what can I also draft?
And here's the other part of that to where, and this is where to the rig thing, to the fix thing, to where it does totally make sense because the Lakers have their veteran young presence moving forward. Their transformational player that will replace LeBron and be the face of the Lakers. They've got their guy. And Dallas, thank you. Thank you for obliging and making that happen. Here's your piece. Here's your piece that's going to take your franchise the next 15 years. So to that, yes, it does seem very rigged.
To what Jake and Double R are kind of rolling with here, I think what they're trying to say is just because you get the opportunity afforded to you, they think it's kind of rigged. Just because you don't make the most of that opportunity doesn't mean it's not rigged. The opportunity still came in place after those trades went down. So I mean, that's some strong evidence. I cannot deny that. I can't dispute that. But I would like to think that our best interests are not rigged at all times. So, or the script is not. I like to think that we live in a world where the script isn't written for us, and we're not just going in somebody's simulation. And we do have somewhat control over what we do. But I don't know. That's neither here or there. There is. So look, a lot of celebration. And Jake, I'll be completely transparent. When this happened, when I heard the news, you are the absolute first person I thought about, man. So you are living in my heart well, buddy. You are all you guys. It's not just Jake, but all you guys are. But Jake was the first person I thought about because of how miserable he's been and how much gaslighting he thinks that we do around here on him.
And I did see this morning on the 4-Letter Network to where it was one of those things. Dallas has the first pick. Would they maybe try to utilize that first pick and try to pick up Giannis and make Giannis your centerpiece? It's like, no, you're not going
this too. I saw Jay Williams on Get Up.
Yeah, that's where it was. Yeah. Come on, man. That's not in the script. That's not in the script. Giannis is going somewhere else. Even the way this look,
yeah,
even
I
the
mean,
way
that's,
this.
so that's something that I would like for you to weigh in on, right? I mean, I know we're absolutely saying absolutely no way because there's excitement around, and we're also prisoners of the moment with the draft lottery, right?
Yeah.
But if you really break that down, you even said it, like the dude hasn't played one sequence, he hasn't ran down the floor yet for Dallas, right? And injuries could happen, of course. And be that as it may, we already know the product at hand with Giannis in the NBA, right? Do I have any doubts that Cooper Flagg can't make it in the NBA? Absolutely. This dude's going to be a stud. He's going to be a stud. Is he a generational talent like Luka or Giannis? That's still yet to be seen.
Mhm.
But I mean, the dude has amazing potential, and he's got one hell of a frame of work and body to build off of, right? You got to think that he's probably going to put on 15, 20 pounds of solid muscle, and he's probably going to get a lot more athletic. He's going to be doing nothing but playing ball. Like, that's his job from here on out, right? Like, sure, that was going to be his job at all times, but he was still going to Duke. You have to get grades, or you have to at least kind of go through the motions. And that can kind of take you away from your profession. Yeah. Now he's just doing his profession. So I'd like to think that the future is very bright for this young man and for this organization with the Dallas Mavericks. But that is something that would kind of, make my ear kind of a little bit tingly, right? If someone says, "Hey man, Giannis for number one," okay, let's have a discussion. You just, at the end of the day, you can't walk away feeling like you're fleeced again. Or maybe Nico just had us all in the wraps. He was playing us all from the beginning, man, thinking that he got fleeced, or maybe looking like the victim, but absolutely looking like the prey when it was all done.
Yeah, the thing that I think about with Cooper Flagg, and I mentioned him being young, which he is. He's very young, and he had the year there. Obviously a great year. I mean, amazing year. I mean, everything that he had. But it is. He's gonna have to adjust. He's gonna have the same thing I say about Wemby. Dude needs some meat on his bones. He needs to bulk up a little bit for what he's going to be.
Oh, and that'll happen, right? And I mean, look at AD. AD was kind of a stick when he came in.
Oh, and the hell, now Wemby knows what tacos are. He'll be all right. Carne asada.
Wemby's in San Antonio. He'll be just fine.
Yeah, with carne asada, enchiladas, he's going to be fine. Tortillas, come on. Wemby's going to be fine. But with Cooper Flagg, it's kind of the same thing. And I think this is where Dallas fans need to be prepared, because it's going to be an adjustment for him. I mean, this is a very quick elevation. The expectations already through the roof. But with the Giannis thing, I look, taking the silver and black out of me, Giannis is going to be a Spur. I really think that he's going to be a Spur. But if you're Dallas, I think you do entertain that, because it goes back to Giannis.
What's that bag look like to get Giannis to San Antonio?
Exactly. I don't think it's just that first pick. I mean, and then imagine that if you're Nico, okay, you've already shit the bed one time in the eyes of your fans. Are you going to try that again? Not that the fan thing matters. It's all about the business part, but are you going to give away the franchise again to get Giannis? Is that as sure of a thing? And where we were talking about the rig thing, Wags, wasn't it yesterday or the day before the lotto happens, where that pops out to where Giannis, hey, he would entertain being moved. This really does seem kind of whatever.
So if you're the Spurs, right, you could entertain that to get Giannis here, but what would that bag? Fox is probably in that bag, you'd like to think, right? That's a piece that's moving. You do have the draft coming up. Now you could go out and you're probably going to take Harper if that's the case, and then you're going to rely on Harper to be your facilitator, and all the other scoring is going to be coming from Wemby and Giannis, right? And you got a young decent guard that can facilitate it and get it up to the front court and kind of build off around that perimeter after the two big guys are there.
And Castle is kind of the guy to me.
It's going to be more. It's going to be more than just Fox, but Fox is in the bag.
Yeah,
right?
Castle to me is kind of the X factor right there to me, to where it's like, obviously with awards that he won, to where it's like that's a guy that you need to hold on to. You've got Devin Vassell. You've got that dude. I think that's a guy that can kind of be entertaining. I know he was hurt, this year, but that's a dude that maybe teams might find a potential in him in a package deal. But the thing is, I mean, I do like Fox. And Chris Paul is still hanging around there. That veteran leadership, from everything that I've heard from the Spurs insiders, was really impactful for Wemby. Learning how the league works and teaching him how to be a pro. So that's a guy that you hold on to. But yeah, I think San Antonio has a lot of leverage right here to where they can. And the other part is people want to go to San Antonio right now.
Do you absolutely need Giannis? Because you can build off of Wemby. I mean, with Fox there, and even if you still add Harper to Fox, you can add a nice little piece there, and then go out and find somebody in the paint for Wemby, right, to help Wemby.
Yeah, and that's why I think Harper is such a good fit there. A little worried from time to time, maybe with some of the shooting from him. But again,
I like Ace Bailey for the Spurs. I think Ace Bailey at San Antonio would be fantastic too. But I don't know if you got to see Rutgers this year, but these dudes can play, man.
That's exactly right. And I think that's where the big winner in all this, obviously, is Dallas. But again, San Antonio drafting that early, and by the way, they're going to draft number 14 as well. So San Antonio really is. This is about to be a Texas division, about to be a Texas Western Conference here, really, really fast. I think with everything happening here, because this is going to resurge Dallas, because Dallas ain't that far off. Dallas is just more the negativity that's been surrounded after the trade, and it does sound scripted to me. The more that we talk about this shit, it does seem scripted to me. But
I like Jeremiah Fears too. I think Jeremiah Fears would be now. That's probably a little bit of a reach. He's projected to go 5th to Utah in this mock, but Fears is one hell of a point guard. I'm sure you guys have seen enough Oklahoma basketball this season to know how much of a stud that this guy is. In terms of the freshmen in the league, there was Trey Johnson and then there was Jeremiah Fears, right? And I thought for what it's worth, Jeremiah Fears can be one hell of a stone cold killer too at the point guard position, right? Both he and Johnson are absolutely ball dominant, but Johnson's more of your silky smooth shooting guard. This mock on ESPN has Trey Johnson going to the Washington Wizards, which I would absolutely love. Trey Johnson would absolutely hate it. It would wreck his career a little bit, and he'd probably get traded or traded after the first 4 years, or find a way to orchestrate some type of deal to get his ass out of Washington. Because right now it's bad basketball, right? It's not even bad basketball. It's just it's unwatchable basketball. The only reason why I do it is because I get paid to do it. So it's bad, bud.
Yeah.
It's bad. But Trey Johnson could absolutely come in there. They need a shooter. They need length too on the perimeter. And of course, anywhere Trey Johnson goes, I think he would help considerably. But that is a really good landing spot for that organization to get some help and get pulled out of purgatory.
Yeah. And Troy Quad, kind of to the LOL of Chris Paul. I mean, kind of my point with that is kind of being the locker room guy. I mean, yeah, it's probably time to quit. Russell Westbrook, you look at what he's doing right now. Did you see him the other day sitting in the coach's chair? It's like, who's coaching that team right now? So no, I mean, that's not a piece, but I do think that, and what's so cool about this is the way that this all laid out. It would be one thing like the NFL draft we were talking about a couple of weeks ago, to where it's like that draft really didn't have, a lot of meat to it. I think this NBA draft that's forthcoming now that the lotto is done, you've got a lot of really coveted pieces right there. And now that we know, I mean, there's going to be some impact players that are going to be coming in other than Cooper Flagg that are going to make this happen really quick. But it's a celebratory day for the DFW sports fans. Yeah, those guys on the ticket, man. That sound like some of them high school broadcasters going buck wild over there.
Where you want to go next, amigo?
Hey, before we go too far, how about we go up to the beautiful hill country of Central Texas, and we tell you about our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Those newer pre-owned car, trucks, or SUVs, weekly specials at covertbeecave.com. You can check them out, and they will hook you up with what you are looking for. Great staff out there, and it goes beyond the sale, the service. They've got service departments. Everything is there. How about a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave?
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. Thank you, Hayden. Thank you, Dan. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. CovertBeeCave.com. Check them out today for weekly specials. Also tell you about our friends at McCall Custom Homes, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. If you're looking for that summertime renovation, whether it be an outdoor project, that Pagio, as BK says, all of that stuff, you're looking to renovate your living space, looking to renovate a bedroom, a bathroom, add a second story to your house, or for crying out loud, if you need a brand new house. McCall Custom Homes, locally owned, operated, father-son operation. Been doing it for over 40 years. They started in Central Texas. They continue to serve Central Texans all around Central Texas doing the cool stuff. And again, I am a proud McCall Custom Homes customer, because they came in and transformed my. I do not recognize that room any longer. I was in there last night. I had all the lights on. I'm sitting there taking a shower, and I'm thinking, man, I remember when I had that junky old Whirlpool tub sitting in this part of the bathroom that we never used. They came in, retrofit that thing. You roll up in there, and it looks amazing. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects there. Remember, if you're a TSU listener or viewer, free estimates right now. Call or text our man, Mike. Don't do it too late because he's got a kiddo. 512-633-9580. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, and they'll get you an estimate, let you know what they may be able to do for you. McCall Custom Homes, we build value into your home. Good stuff right there, Wags.
Can you guys hear the dog snoring and doing his little nightmares?
Oh, man. You got the twitchy dog.
Yeah, I got the twitch. I'm trying to give him one of my sweatshirts so he can smell the scent or whatever.
Okay, Wags. So our man, Tom McKay, is calling you out on the Coda text line, which is nothing new. But he says here, suddenly Wags is going all common sense. The most emotional basket case fan I know is trying to be logical about an obvious fix, says Tom McKay.
What? I'm the most sensible and logical person on this damn channel. What are you talking about? I'll let you know. I'll have all you guys know. This is not just a quote from Starship Troopers here, but I also got a 94 overall in Principles of Logic from the University of Texas. So nice. My logic is off the charts, buddy, or not off the charts, at least in the 94th percentile.
Look at you
at the campus of the University of Texas at Austin.
I got 100 in Principles of Real Estate at Champion School of Real Estate, where everybody passes. Everybody passes. Yeah. How about that?
Who conferred that?
Somebody.
Okay. Well, I've been conferred. Damn it.
You've been conferred.
All right. No, I make logic out of most things, right? I'll tell you what I can make logic out of. And that's out of this series. Well, at 3-1, it's basically over. Capitals and Hurricanes last night, 5-2. It's a shit show, man. And of course, we talked about it. You know, you had to at least take one and kind of steal one from Carolina on their home ice. It didn't happen, and now you're kind of behind the puck. No pun intended there, but it sucks for Washington because you're such a dominant team and a physical team, but you're getting out physicaled in the series, right? Yeah. It kind of sucks, and you have the skill players. So you do have the skill, but it's just not adding up. You'd like to see more out of Leonard, but he got activated a little bit too late. And Tom, like, I'll call you out again, Tom. You got to you're the captain. You're wearing the C. You got to make this happen, man. You got to go out and the boys are going to follow after you, right? They're going to follow your lead. You go out there, you start laying the lumber and set the tone early. Get involved. You are one hell of a skilled player on the offensive front too. Go out there and impose your physicality and get out there and get on the score sheet, man. I don't really have the words to galvanize this team. Like, they should be able to kind of get up and get it together. But it's, as a Caps fan, you're kind of just, it's a slow knife. It's the slow knife being twisted into you. It sucks. It's happening.
I mean, you want to talk about, when you want to talk about getting on the score sheet, I mean, you got Carolina, you got 5 dudes on the score sheet is what they're doing. I mean, the 5-on-5 play is excellent. And that, it really is. That was kind of a gut punch, it seemed like to me, the Capitals last night, to where Carolina is just they're asserting themselves. I mean, they really did last night, and yeah, man, I'm sorry, but I think it's time.
Oh yeah, I knew they weren't getting past this series anyways. I had hope, but I knew once they lost their home opener, I was just like, Jesus Christ, all right, I mean, that tips the series in the advantage of Carolina so drastically. Just getting the first game on the road, it just sucks. Anyways, yeah. So we're kind of looking at the beginning of the end for the Cap season here. And then Edmonton, fantastic last night. This is 2 nights in a row now or 2 shutouts in a row now for Pickard. And so to answer, Jake and I were kind of questioning too. Edmonton usually does rotate their goalies, or they were rotating their goalie out between Skinner and Pickard. But I think after they went down 0-2, I think they're just going with the hot hand because they haven't lost since, right? And also, or maybe they did lose 1 to the 9. Yeah, they have lost 1 to the 9 since. But I think they've just been riding with Pickard since, because he's got the hot glove, or his net. It's just his net right now, man. But look, they look fantastic. Another shutout victory for them, and it's when that defense can come to play with Edmonton, it's lights out for usually the opposition, because we know how much of a buzzsaw their offense is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of the same thing, you know, Edmonton asserting themselves right here. And
he turns into Marty Brodeur.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting this series into, you know, I think both these series are done. So it's kind of just a matter of time right here before we, you know, punch a ticket on both of these, moving on. But kind of to the Capitals again, it's like, to me, what I've seen in Washington, because I see the first part of these games. And correct me if I'm wrong, Wags, because you know the ins and outs of hockey is a hell of a lot better than I do. But it seems like Washington starts pretty strong, but then they can't. And again, this is a lot of Carolina's.
Their first 2 lines are fantastic. Their third line struggles a little bit, and then their fourth line just ain't getting shit done either. So it's tough, man.
Yeah, and that's not so much.
And honestly, Rodney, the Panthers' first line is outdoing the Caps' first line. The only thing that I've seen for success has been the second line of the Caps.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's not I mean, it is in the sense that you're being outmanned. I mean, that's the whole thing about it. I mean, it just seems like, and like you said, I mean, for the Caps to win the series, it was going to be a pretty far stretch. But I mean, it's just Carolina's better. Carolina's better
now. Carolina's better.
Yeah, they're better right now. So I don't know.
They made moves. They made moves too. So
well, and they lost a guy too. And unlike the Dallas Mavericks, they've done a really good job to go ahead and move forward.
Yeah, they're back in action Wednesday night rather, and then tonight, Wednesday night, and then tonight we have your All Stars in action, taking on the Jets. 2-1 is the series count right now. Do they actually have a chance to go up in Dallas 3-1 and kind of look forward to making this thing into a gentleman's sweep here?
Mm-hmm. Jake says right here, Kane's playing the most boring brand of hockey. There you go. San Antonio Spurs. We were talking about them a while ago. Doesn't matter. Just win.
It works, man. It works. But what do you think? You think they get it done, Rodney?
I do. I think they get it done. Absolutely.
Okay.
You? What about you?
Yeah, they've been playing fantastic. Their first line's starting to kick ass a lot more. I mean, it's hard to stop Mikko Rantanen right now. It seems like he's on a tear. It's basically automatic that he's going to get at least 1 point and maybe even 1 goal if he's not contributing on the helper end. Wyatt Johnson, I mean, with Robo coming back now almost a full week with the boys, it seems like Dallas is starting to find, find their speed and find their full strength again, man. Still like to have him back at full force here. That'll probably come back in the next series, but we'll wait for the injury updates on that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That's the thing. Just finish off this series. I mean, that's at this point, finish off the series, get back to full strength, and then you roll on to the next. Wags, I do want to mention something. I was going to mention this yesterday. I'm not sure if you saw this. We got to congratulate, and we can get back to hockey in just a second. our man intern Brock. Do you see he graduated from Texas over the weekend?
Congratulations, Brock.
Yeah, intern Brock. So congratulations. But yeah, Dallas gets it done tonight. Let's get this thing moving.
What are you? Who you think is going to be one of the stars? I mean, we already mentioned like we the tear that Rantanen's been on there. You got any other contributors you think is going to come in?
I mean, like I told you, man, I sure like watching Ottinger, and I think that to me, he's a star every game. That dude is a star to
So
me.
you expecting a shutout?
Expecting a shutout.
Okay, there you have it. Rodney's calling a shutout, guys.
Yeah. So if you put any stock in that, if you're going to call your cousin, you're going to bet any money on that.
I didn't do it. Rodney just did it.
Remember, I'm a NASCAR guy telling you to bet on hockey.
All right. I did not do it.
There it is.
Right, you guys are calling Tyler Sagan gets the game winner. Who gets the game winning goal here, right? Or who gets the game differential goal here? We'll go with game differential goal because we don't want it to be that close to where it's a game winner goal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe an empty netter.
Rodney, I'm asking.
What's that dude's name? Sagan.
You're going with Sagan. What if Jamie Benn surprises everybody and gets back on the score sheet? Huh? I think Ben's on the third line these days too. I'm going to go with Wyatt Johnson. I think Wyatt Johnson, he's my guy. He's the dude that I've been watching. Well, you know what? I'm going to pull that back. Welcome back, Robo. Welcome back, Robertson. Let's get Robertson back on the score sheet here as a differential goal.
Yeah, nice. Our man Sal, Dallas has become a hockey team, but what else you got? The Cowboys, the Rangers. Yeah, it's become a hockey team or a hockey town.
Ben's not washed. Ben's just old. Well, I guess that is the terminology of washed, right? It's just being old. I'm a fan of Jamie Benn. Tom took us to Caps stars earlier this year, and I wanted to see Ovechkin was out though. The only person we really had was Strome. Tom was playing on the first line and Ben was on the third, so they didn't see a lot of each other, but that was kind of what I was hoping to see is Jamie Benn and Tom Wilson get after it, and you know, you go to a fight and a hockey game breaks out sometimes, you know. But no, those are two big imposing figures. I would have loved to see this matchup happen, but it looks like Washington's going to be bowing out. And I'm still a Jamie Benn fan. He's no longer, you know, on the first line or plays up there with the first line boys anymore, but it was fun while it lasted.
So how
old is washed? You're right, Rob. You're right.
So riddle me this, Wags. How is it with hockey with these dudes like we call old? I mean, even Ovi, you know, people are like, he's old or whatever.
Yager? I think Yager's still playing in the Czech league.
How are these guys able to continue to do this?
I don't know. I don't know how they do it with their lower back. I really don't, because my lower back is.
That's what I think about, because the way that these dudes get knocked around and when you fall, it's like you see the football players fall apart and break down and they can't play anymore.
This is a stupid question, but did you ever play pond hockey at all? Like, does it get cold? It doesn't even get cold enough in Texas to play pond hockey.
No, all I did in a pond was swim. That's all I ever did in a pond. No.
Well, I mean, like even if you go Duchesne, I see Duchesne in there. All right, Duchesne gets on the sheet. All right. Even if you're playing pond hockey, or even if I go out just to skate, like if I'm just going around doing like a regular open rink skate, this is not an exaggeration, within 2 minutes my back is on fire, my lower back is on fire, and I have my hands on my knees, or if I have a stick, I'm putting my stick on my knees and I'm basically hunched over and just gliding. That's why these dudes, and look, they play in shifts, right? You see guys out there for more than a minute, then you start to worry because you're just like, oh shit, you know, fatigue could be setting in. And this is, if you don't get them off the ice, if it's on a long shift, you usually see a result of a goal, right? That what happens because of fatigue, right? That's why line shifts and managers are so important, so crucial to the team, right? If you get caught in a bad shift or you get caught in a bad line change, you're probably going to get scored on. So keep that in mind when watching hockey moving forward, because that's also one hell of an aspect of the game. I don't know if you get a chance to see that when you watch it enough, the game slows down for you. You know what I mean? And everybody says hockey's a fast game, and it absolutely is. But you watch, you just start to pick up more details when you watch, a good amount of hockey. Anyways, what else? I mean, we got basketball to talk about, right?
Yeah, and kind of on that, the Ovechkin thing, watching Ovechkin go and break that record, that's when that really came to me, because like I've talked about, when you see guys break records in football, it's like, okay, they're kind of limping across at the end of their career, they break a record, boom, they're gone. Where it's like, this dude can continue to play, whether he does or not. And he's playing at a very high level. So that's kind of my thing is how they do this. So I'll tell you who's not playing at a high level.
You still got to be in phenomenal shape. You got to be in absolute
tremendous
fantastic shape, right? And you got to be one of the toughest people out there on the planet to play hockey.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it goes without saying. Absolutely. Extreme sport.
But you play in shifts, right? You know, like in football, you get to take, 30 seconds off in between plays, just for the play to come in.
Yeah.
It's kind of how it is in well, you do a minute shift or however long the coach does, and then you're down on the bench until the other 3 lines go out, and then you probably got at least a good 4 to 5 minute rest after your shift. So
yeah. Damn, Sal was at that game. How did we not get a at the game correspondent report from Sal? Damn, we didn't know that at that time, I guess. That'd have been cool to do.
Hey, I'd love to hear your reactions or your thoughts, or your testimony rather. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it, man.
Probably doesn't sound like those guys on the ticket.
Yeah, probably not. Because Sal was on the opposition. So
yeah, it didn't sound
actually,
like
Sal, are you an Islanders fan? I thought you were a Rangers fan. I thought you liked the blue shirts, buddy.
Yeah. Hey, you know who's not playing at high level? The Boston Celtics.
Yeah, and to add insult to injury, no pun intended there, Jason Tatum, we're still awaiting the results of the MRI, right? There's been signs saying it's an ankle. I've seen Achilles now, but regardless, it's not good.
Yeah.
Can the Celtics win without Jason Tatum?
Man, I don't think so. Hell, they haven't been able to win with
Knicks
him.
fans took to the streets. They're already celebrating like the series is over and like they won the Larry O'Brien trophy. So.
Well, they might ought to calm down, because I know for game 3 they thought that was going to be a dagger right there, and here came Boston. But Boston's still the champion until otherwise eliminated. You can't really do any of that yet. But man, it is looking pretty bleak. And with Tatum down, that's certainly right there where New York. I mean,
this just isn't one of the best scorers on the team. He's one of the best scorers in the league, right? Like, and when somebody goes down, like when a piece goes down like this, I'm sure you talk about the Celtics depth all you want. It's pretty impossible to replace a piece like Jason Tatum, a guy that can play defense, a guy that one of the most a prototype wing. He's a tough piece a tough shoe to fill, and I don't think Boston will be able to do so. I do think after this, right? I was never counting the Celtics out, but after the injury, I do think that the series is way in favor of the Knicks, and they go on to prevail. Cavs too, like Mitchell. Yeah. Mitchell's hurt. I mean, again, like I'm not saying that because if Cleveland had their forwards, I think that this would be a different series with Indiana. But it looks like we're going to get an Indiana Knicks 90s revolution of a series here in the NBA for I don't know, for at least that's what my crystal ball is, unless Boston can find a way to make a miracle happen. But it doesn't look like it's happening, man. I think it's the Knicks and it's the Pacers.
And that would be the Knicks with home court advantage. So you want to talk about a frenzy in that New York spot?
I don't think home court matters anymore to the Pacers, right? I don't think home court matters. Carlisle and company, they can make mincemeat out of the Knicks. I can't say that, man. The Knicks, when you have Brunson playing like this, right? We kind of talked about it. Who's more clutch right now, Brunson or who's the other guy we were talking? The dude that hit the step back the other night. I can't. Oh, it'll come back to me.
Yeah.
But I absolutely think Brunson is absolutely ice cold right now. I mean, don't take a genius to see this guy or to make a statement like this. The dude steps back, he hits pull-up threes, he's willing to take the big shot, in crucial moments. That's what a leader does, man. And to see the defense have to react off this dude, it gets other people open. And maybe his play is reinvigorated Karl Anthony Towns, because I've seen him become physical and actually look like he that's probably the Tibbs, the Tibbs way of playing. Tibbs's mentality has probably got to Cat a little bit more now too, right? Get him a little bit more physical, get him on the defensive side of the ball. That was kind of lacking from Cat's game, right? He liked to play on the perimeter. I don't want to call the guy soft, but as a big, you should be able to bang around, and Cat wasn't banging around. He's starting to bang around a little bit now. He's going after offensive rebounds. He looks good. He's going to be a tough force to handle.
Yeah, and I think kind of with the Knicks, the whole thing was, with Boston blowing leads and so forth last night, they just took over. In the fourth quarter, they took over and finished that thing out. And kind of one of the things I wanted to mention about Boston, I know the run that they had last year, but
we're talking about, sorry to interrupt you, we're talking about Halliburton. That's who we're talking about.
Yeah,
Halliburton or Brunson. Yeah, Jake, I know he won Clutch Player of the Year, but we were talking about just in the playoffs, who was more clutch. Was it Halliburton after getting that free throw and then stepping, or the missed free throw and then stepping back and draining the three, or is it Brunson? Now, Brunson's done this a lot more, clearly, because he won the award.
The thing with Boston last year, and I mean, that was a great run, dominating fashion, everything they did through the playoffs. But if you go back and look at last year, the thing to think about was they had a pretty good draw last year. When you talk about injuries and you talk about teams that were kind of hampered a little bit, Boston seemed to catch all of them until the finals, and then just took over in the finals. But this is, and I think
it was not smooth sailing this year for Boston.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's where they're being tested right here. And I
hard
think
to repeat though, Rodney.
That's the other part of it, to where it's like, it's a can't miss, it's a whatever. It's really hard to do that again. It is really hard to do that again, even if you're at full tilt and everybody else is at full tilt, because they are coming for you. And it was like, this is where it's so ironic, and I think that this is really good for the NBA, even though the NBA may not think so when we start talking about Pacers and Knicks in an Eastern Conference final, to where it seemed to be Boston and Cleveland. No way that can miss. And I am glad that we're going to miss that final.
If Zinger doesn't get hurt, it's a completely different series.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
And of course, with the Tatum injury, you might as well close the book on it. But again, they still got to play it. If Zinger is 100%, this series belongs to Boston.
Mm-hmm.
You can't convince me otherwise. You can't be up 20 points in 2 games and then salvage or squander it, right? I think with the unicorn there, they close that out, or they find a way to close that out. I feel for Mazzulla here, for Joe Mazzulla, like the questions that he has to answer, it got to be gut wrenching. Like, how in the hell can you be up 2 games, 20-point leads, and you're looking at a gentleman's sweep right now?
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at getting gentlemanly swept. It's bad.
And like we said yesterday, I mean, for Joe Mazzulla in Boston, in those 2 losses right there, I mean, what do? You go away from what you do well. I mean, you try to change at that point and put it in cruise control and try to do something else that is not going to work. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of emphasis on him, but it is with the Tatum thing. That's the dagger right there, and it's done. I mean, both of these series are done. Cleveland's done. Cleveland. Oh man, there's nothing there. And Knicks Pacers, that's going to be some fun basketball. You said 90s, and
I think it's
what
over.
We're getting out of that.
Again, I don't think Mitchell's playing, but I got to get I think he's I'm pretty sure he's out. He is game time decision, they're saying now, but I don't think he's going to. I mean,
and I think the Cavs are still favored, aren't they? Aren't they like a 7-point favorite?
Yeah, 7.5. That's the line. 7.5. I don't see. I don't know why. They're in Cleveland. Maybe they're giving them the advantage there. Yikes.
Yeah, I don't get that one. Yeah, Pacers.
All right, amigo. Anywhere else we got to go? We do have 2 games in action tonight. We did fail to mention there. We got Nuggets and Thunder, and we just the aforementioned Pacers and Cardinals, or Pacers and Cavaliers game that we were talking about. Jets Stars as well on the ice.
Yep, and Golden State goes down last night. So now that one, yeah, and that's kind of the same thing right there, to where it's like,
you think that's over?
Man,
Steph can come back.
Well, he's not playing in Game 5. He's definitely not playing in Game 5. So I guess you shoot for.
Or
Game
is 6. He? Maybe this is just. Maybe they're saying he's ruled out, and then all of a sudden, game time decision. There's a miraculous recovery with the leg. Maybe it's that people can put. Or actually, I don't know. I think that's the rule. If you put them as listed as out, I don't think that they're allowed to play. Or did that change? I don't know. I don't know the ruling on that.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, the Warriors, they just couldn't. I mean, sounds stupid, but they just couldn't score. I mean, was a thing last night. I mean, it seemed at one point that they had a little bit of command of the ball game, but then they just. And again, that's where you're missing Steph. I mean, your scorer is not in there, and to fill that, I mean, you need 2 or 3 guys to fill the void of one guy, and that's. They just don't have enough, unfortunately.
Well, look at what Minnesota did last night. Minnesota was shooting 50%.
Exactly.
So, I mean, from the paint or were they? Before I make that statement, let me make sure that's true. Yeah, 49% and 47% from the perimeter. So,
well, in that second half, whatever that run was for Minnesota, wasn't it like a 20-0 run or whatever it was at one point? Probably not 20, but pretty damn close to 20-point run. And then Golden State's turning the ball over 4 or 5 different times, and it's just
Rodney Smith, Jimmy Butler might be tired. He absolutely might be tired. Mobley getting hurt for the Cavs was really huge for them. Yeah, again, it took their size out of the paint. You had to rely solely on Jarrett Allen to be the rim protector there, and it took a little bit of the Twin Towers down out of Cleveland. I still thought with Spida Mitchell they'd be able to kind of get. I would thought they'd be able to have enough to get past the Pacers, but credit to Carlisle and company for making this thing happen. And again, we talked about how clutch Halliburton has been. He has absolutely owned that series. Now Mitchell's been fantastic, but I think the approach from Carlisle has been allow Mitchell to get his and make everybody else beat you, and that's not going to happen if you're Cleveland right now.
Yeah. And, kind of back to that whole deal. I mean, to fill the void of Steph. I mean, I guess that's all on Kuminga. I mean, I guess the young guy, Jonathan Kuminga, is who's supposed to try to fill that void, which it seemed like. And again, he just can't. You can't fill the void that you've lost without the assassin. I mean, that's what the dude is. And it could be. Maybe he does come back. I mean, a Herculean effort here from him to come back in Game 5 and Game 6 and salvage the series.
Without Steph, you need Yield, you need Moody, you need Pods.
Yep.
You
need Draymond Green. I mean, you
need a committee. You need that perimeter committee to absolutely, kick in and start filling in for Steph because he does so much from the perimeter. So.
Yeah, you need a lot. So it's asking a lot in that series. And this is where you go back and, talking about Boston last year and now Boston with injuries, Cleveland with injuries, and now with Steph out, it's like, man, in a perfect world, you could have this hellacious basketball. But I mean, shit happens. Injuries happen. And you talk about being fatigued. It's a long damn season, man. And they're tired. But right now, it's just, I think it's done. I think Minnesota's going to wrap this one up too, Wags, unfortunately, because I'm a Warriors fan at this point, or I want them to advance.
Yeah. All right. So you're calling Minnesota wrapping this up. What about the game tonight? You got Cleveland, or are you calling Cleveland with the 7.5?
I think Cleveland is done, Wags. Unfortunately, it just seems like at this
You're
point,
doomsdaying the hell out of everything. I think you sound like Eeyore, man. You don't have to sound down about it. Just
It's done. No, I'm glad Cleveland is done. I'm glad Boston is done. I'm glad they're done. I like the underdog, Wags. I like the underdogs, dude.
Well, where else you want to go, man? What else we got to get off the slate here? We got
what else we got to talk about? Oh, did you see? So I saw that. So you got Texas and Ohio State. That will start the football season for the Texas football Longhorns. It looks like that's going to be the Fox possibly big game kickoff, whatever thing they call it, which means that would be an 11 o'clock start on the season for Texas to take on Ohio State. Kegs and eggs. It looks
I'm down with that. I can do it. I mean, I'm not really big on the drinking scene anymore. Especially for games too. Right now, again, I haven't been to a tailgate in a while. I think the last tailgate I went was when I went with Hastings to WVU, up to WVU, and we tailgated there. I like being sober watching a game, right? One, I like remembering the game, and I don't like having to get up and go take a piss every 5 minutes. So
exactly.
Usually I tend to not drink that much beer anymore and try not to be inebriated.
I don't mind the early start, honestly, and a lot of for me what the early start is, because, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but early start, get it done, get the game done, and then you still have the balance of your afternoon into the evening to do whatever. I mean,
hell, that's why I love being in Hawaii, man. Like, shit, game started at 6 a.m. in Hawaii. You know, you were watching Sunday Night Football at 2 p.m. You know what I mean? And by 5 o'clock, you could watch your evening shows, and it was weird. It was a little weird to get used to at first, but you know, once it's, you know, after a month or after the first season, man, it was great. Now it sucks that you have to watch, you know, Giants and Dodger baseball most days, but or Angels baseball, but you know, usually with MLB TV, you're watching the birds anyways, man.
Yeah. And the night game, I mean, the night game is great. I mean, I think the night game to me is really cool. I mean, it looks great on TV, and if you're there, obviously it's a great atmosphere, but at the same time,
I couldn't find anything on this, Jake. I've been looking to see if Miro was playing tonight. Yeah, Hiskinen comes back tonight. That's huge. That's fantastic. Get one of the best scoring defensemen out there, one of the best defensemen to be out there for the Stars. They've been doing this without him. So there's a really good chance that Dallas pushes for the cup. I mean, they were a strong team going into this thing, but you know, after surviving, you know, an injury riddled few series, there is a really good chance. I mean, they got it out of the first round. They seem to be in command of the second round. There's a really good chance that they can finish this thing out pretty strong, man.
But the night games, I mean, like if you go to a night game over here, I mean, getting out of there is horrible, and it is. I mean, it's all day, and it's centered around that. I mean, get it done. I mean, the 2:30, I don't really have a problem with 2:30 because you get the early game, then you have a 2:30 kickoff, and you're done by 6 or whatever, and you can still do. And this is like watching from home. I don't put myself in the spot of being there because, like you mentioned, I don't go to games. I prefer to be here in the Tom McKay system, because not only can I watch my game, I can watch different angles of my game and watch other games. So that's the best way for me. But I ain't got no problem with 11 o'clock. Get it done, get it over with. I can either be pissed off all day or then I celebrate.
Yeah, are we going to 11 o'clock today?
I don't know.
I don't even see the guys in the waiting room. Real quick, I guess we're kind of out of stuff to talk about on the one sheet here. Oh, we need to do our top 5.
Oh, yeah.
We need to do the top 5s, guys. We got top 5 female voices. Do you have yours ready? If not, I mean, we can wait and do this tomorrow. I don't want to rush it and do a half-assed one.
I've got them.
Hold on, my dog is
in
going
my travel
crazy.
bag. Let me find them, Wags. Hold on. I think I know who it is, but shit, I don't. Oh, look at this on the fly. Ha!
You got them?
I got them.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, let's go. Top 5.
That's how we roll around here. All right. Number 5 for me. Number 5. Old school. This lady could belt him out. My lady, Ella Fitzgerald.
Ella Fitzgerald. Jeez, I'm nowhere near. All right. I got Celine Dion. What is Ella? I don't even know what Ella Fitzgerald sings.
Oh, Wags. Come on, man. I was going to put Eartha Kitt in there. But, yeah, Ella Fitzgerald, man. Unbelievable. Man, I wish we could. We can't play music on here, can we?
No, we can't. It might be a royalties thing. So I don't know anything that Ella Fitzgerald sings. Okay, my number 4, and this was really tough. All right, number 5. It was between 4 or 5 with these two ladies, and I think I went with Celine Dion at 5 because my wife and I don't have most of her stuff, right? Like we know she hits every octave, she's fantastic, but we don't have much of her catalog, right? So that's why I think that's why I elected to go with Celine Dion as number 5.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. I have her number 3.
Should I not have her? Okay, I was going to say, should I not have her higher? All right.
Yeah, I have her number 3. And Celine Dion's kind of one of those people where you either have a taste for her or you don't. A lot of people don't like her just because she's successful. And that's kind of one of those things. Number 4, maybe I have her too low, Wags. I may get some hate here, but I got Tina Turner.
I don't even have her on my list. She was the gatekeeper. Like, I was thinking, does she get in at 5? I have, maybe I'm a victim of 90s music, and that's maybe that's where most of my sensation comes from. But yeah, I don't even have Tina Turner on my list. I have Dolly on my list, dude.
I know. I don't either. I mean, it's like, and it amazes me now, all the love for Dolly. I mean, when I was a kid, everybody loved Dolly because she had big boobs. You know, they didn't talk about her singing.
Yeah, they didn't talk about 9 to 5.
They didn't talk about none of that. Or Jolene, you know, Jolene wasn't a love ballad back then. It was like, oh, she's got big boobs. That's why people like her. So I said Celine 3. Where are you at? You're number 3. Who do you have?
I had Celine Dion is my 4th one now, or excuse me, was my 5th one. Okay. I was back and forth between these two. Sarah McLachlan was number 5, right? Sarah McLachlan was going to be number 5, but we have more of Sarah McLachlan's catalog. So that's why I went with Sarah McLachlan as number 4 over Celine Dion. So Celine's gatekeeping right now. I know she's got a powerful voice, but if you've ever listened to In the Arms of an Angel, I swear to God, you're going to melt with your dogs. I promise you. Just listen to Sarah McLachlan. There's a reason why they put her on with the dogs, damn it. It pulls on the strings, it tugs on the heart, and it's the reason why it's number 4 in my heart.
Sarah McLachlan.
Too many Canadians now. Too many Canadians.
Sarah McLachlan is great, but I just get depressed thinking about her because all I can see is those dogs. You know, it's kind of like the whole perception to where it's like her commercials come on. I'm like, turn that off. Dog shaking, all skinny. Like I hear that song and it makes me cry. Number 2 for me. Number
3. Number 3.
Oh, you're 3. Oh yeah, I had Celine 3.
Oh, okay.
So Celine Dion, not Selena Quintanilla. She's not on my list.
Okay. Number 3 for me is Beyonce.
There you go. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you're ready for this jelly, so I'm not going to sit here and give you all the quotes from Beyonce. But yeah, Beyonce is number 3 for me.
Yeah. Number 2 for me, I'm going down that freeway of love, my lady Aretha Franklin. She's not on your list, right?
No, I mean, I wish, you know, I'm leaving some of these queens out, man. I am a victim of the new age. I'm a prisoner of the new age music. So
I'm a victim of old. Her and George Michael, that one tune they sang, really, really good. Aretha Franklin, number 2 for me.
Number 2, Mariah Carey.
Yep.
I know she gets a lot of shit at Christmas, but Mariah Carey, for what it's worth, she hits every octave. Most of these ladies hit every octave on the piano or on the scale. But Mariah Carey, man, she was doing it at the top of her game in the 90s. And that's kind of, I guess, my coming of age moment. It's not just because she's a beautiful woman as well, but I mean, she's got one of the best voices I've ever heard in my life. So
she also has big boobs, which doesn't hurt. But no, she's amazing. She really is.
Naturally, she did not, though.
No, well, yes, that's right. Okay. That's right. She got a lift kit. She went to the 4x4 place and got a lift kit. Number 1 for me, hands down. Not even. I mean, just listen to that national anthem, and that's not a hit song. It's a Whitney Houston.
Whitney. God, I left Whitney off too, man.
What? I figured she'd be your number 1.
Oh, holy shit!
Oh, Wags, my man. I mean, I know I'm digging.
Christina Aguilera is my number 1.
Oh yeah, it's all right. Yeah,
Christina Aguilera's got the best voice I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's not bad.
She is sensational, absolutely sensational, man.
I left off Debbie Gibson, my favorite '80s singer. Debbie Gibson.
Hey, there's the guys. What's up, guys?
Whoa,
there they go. What's up, Will? How are you, bud?
Turbo.
I am great. We are in our Houston week right now, and
he's bitching at the dog.
Starting off strong, guys.
The dogs are here. Jordan's in the car. I'm with the dogs. He's on the road. It's been an interesting week so far. We've made a couple stops already. We're making a couple more today. So, you know, we're having a good time. We need to get things together though.
There you go.
Right. What's on the slate? What's on the agenda?
We
We
some
can't
visits
hear
that
your
we've already
dog barking.
made.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, some visits that we've
It's
already
their
made.
world too, buddy.
We went to see the guy that was the number 2 prospect in the country in the class of 2027 yesterday, and then a good amount of just recruiting news as we start up official visits in about 3 weeks here, and there Jordan is. So
hey, what's up?
Yeah, sorry, I'm on Starbucks Wi-Fi today, so y'all might lose me a little bit, and if it gets too iffy,
You probably do a lot better just on your 5G instead of Starbucks Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It usually goes about the same, but we will see.
Yeah, you look like a detective out there. It's like TJ Hooker just rolled in here.
Well,
oh boy,
yeah, it really isn't as good.
Yeah.
You might want to go with a 5G, Jordan.
Starbucks not going to work either, my man.
Looks like I may be taking this one solo today.
Well, we'll just read the notes. I'll be back here in about 15 minutes. I got to run up to the school real quick to give my kids something, and then I'll be right back. So if you can hang tight, just hold on tight. Don't let go, buddy. I'll be right back. Okay.
Looking forward to it.
I'll hang out with you, Will.
Wag.
I can kind of jump in here and just kind of listen to you.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not the frame that we want. All right, as I always like to do, and Jordan hates it. Hoops. You watch any last night?
Yeah, I did, man. We were talking about that a while ago, Turbo, to where it really seems like to me. I like that with the Eastern Conference, where it really seemed the destiny was set on who was going to be doing what. Cleveland, Boston, I can't miss. I kind of like that both of those teams are on the verge of elimination. I kind of like that as a sports fan.
I do. I don't really dislike Cleveland, but I do dislike Boston. And of course, I feel like I feel bad for Tatum, and it's seems like he's going to be. It seems like he's going to be out maybe for the rest of next year.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to see the Knicks win one. I'd like to see him at least win the East. I really don't care who wins the West as long as it's not Golden State, and it's not going to be Golden State because I don't even think they're making it one more game here.
Yeah.
So I hope we're seeing Minnesota and Denver rematch of last year's series, and we've got the fuzziest Jordan I've ever seen here. Yeah, and so my hope is a Knicks Nuggets finals. I think that would be a 7-game series. I think you're getting the guy who's been the best in the playoffs. If not, it's either Halliburton or Brunson. And Brunson's been a little more consistent, and the best player in the game in Nikola Jokic. So I'd love to see that. And then a little lottery last night.
Oh man, yeah,
it's crushed me. Just the worst possible outcome for the Rockets.
So I'm a Spurs fan, Turbo, and as this is going on, I was telling Wags, it's like, so when they said, okay, San Antonio is now officially in the top 4, I'm like, is this really going to happen again? And with the 14th pick as well, so as this is going on, and then for Dallas, and folks are screaming about it being fixed and being rigged and whatever the case you want right here, but whatever the case for Dallas, man, talking about trying to recharge your fan base for a dude that hadn't even played yet.
Someone said that's what the tariffs were for. Were for switching Luka out for a guy like Cooper Flagg. You get that. You don't need the European export anymore.
Good call by you. All right, looks like Jordan's on. I'll stay in the background, guys. Jordan, if you get in trouble, I can pop back in. You guys have a good show.
Appreciate that, Rod. Thank you. Yeah, man. Who are the Rockets taking at what, 5, 6?
The Rockets are picking 10.
10. Damn, I messed that up. I watched the lottery.
So they moved back one spot. I believe the Phoenix pick should have been 9. They moved back one spot because, of course, so many teams moved up. This was actually one of the craziest lotteries that I can remember. Utah gets screwed. Charlotte also doesn't have a great pick. And then like 3 big market teams, at the top: Dallas, San Antonio, and Philadelphia. 3 teams that already have developed rosters, and 3 teams who will become playoff teams because they're picking in the top 3. So, man, Dallas with Flag, Kyrie, and AD, and then the other. I mean, they have a great roster as it is. They have Gafford. They have Derek Lively. They have Olivier Max. I'm not even going to try to say his name. Prosper, Max Christie. That's a great team in my mind. That will be a top 3 roster in the West. And then San Antonio with who I imagine will be either Dylan Harper or Ace Bailey. I personally think Ace Bailey is a better fit on that team. But I also think that with what we've heard yesterday, the Spurs are now in a much better position to trade for Giannis than the Rockets are. And that's a little upsetting because now they have, Giannis will command a pretty heavy package, but I think number 2, I don't even think they're going to have to give up Castle here. Number 2, Vassell, Keldon Johnson, and some picks. It's going to be rough, man. I think the Rockets are now the 3rd best team in Texas, and that hurts. That really hurts.
Hey, what I just want to know is, can the Mavericks still fire Nico Harrison? Please. I'd love to see that.
Why would you now? You have, like I said, you have a top 3 roster in the West, and it worked out. I mean, they made it to the play-in, and then they got the number 1 seed, the number 1 pick. So
there's even more pressure on Cooper Flag, though, to live up to expectations now that he has to replace Luka. I mean, kind of replace Luka, I guess. But, man, very interesting and coincidental stuff from the NBA and Adam Silver. What I want to know, I tuned into the lottery literally right before they started announcing the teams. Did they not show the ping pong ball or envelopes or whatever on TV of the machine doing it?
I actually wasn't watching it. I was looking at it in live time, but I wasn't able to watch it. So I didn't see that. But I'm past the point of saying that the lottery is rigged. I was okay saying that 2 years ago with Wemby, and I was actually thought it was rigged for Zion because I thought New Orleans was a market that the NBA has always wanted to kind of prop up, and that didn't work out too much. I guess it still could, but he's getting into year 7 now, and never played a full season.
Hey, he can't stay away from them BBLs and that New Orleans food. He can't just wait or pull out of a driveway. And
have I considered the possibility? Yeah. Have I considered the possibility that the Nico doesn't take Flag? I did think about this last night, but unfortunately, it's just so big of a clear number 1. But I also think that the 2 Rutgers guys, especially Ace Bailey, I think Ace Bailey has a very good chance to be Rookie of the Year, especially if Cooper Flag is on a team with Kyrie and AD. He's going to be the 3rd option. He's going to be the 3rd scorer as well. He's not going in there. If he was going anywhere else, for example, if he was going to Philadelphia, I think Philadelphia trades, one of their 3 best players in Maxey, McCain, or Embiid. Embiid is a really tough one to trade because I don't think anyone's sure if he's ever going to play again. But if he does, if he's at full strength, the roster that they're going to have now, with Maxey at the 1, McCain at the 2, I would imagine Dylan Harper at the 3. I've seen a mock where they take VJ Edgecombe out of Baylor, but I don't really understand that because they have 2 guards. Jared McCain would have been the Rookie of the Year this year. It's pretty clear. Castle had a great year, but McCain had a phenomenal start to the season. He's one of the fastest rising talents in the NBA, and I think Philly has a great future now. Charlotte is one of those teams where I just feel bad for them now because they really could have used this pick. I don't feel bad for the Wizards. They've had some really bad roster management, and they've surrounded their team with some of the worst players that you could have possibly gotten. They did trade Kuzma for Chris Middleton, And I think the thought was that Chris Middleton could be the mentor. And same thing with Marcus Smart. I think Marcus Smart is still there next year. The mentor for whoever they got in this draft. Of course, they assumed it was going to be Cooper Flagg or one of the Rutgers guys. And it's still possible, that they get one of those. They could trade up. They have a lot of assets. They have a whole lot of picks. So looking forward to see what they do. I would hope the Rockets are in a position to get Derek Queen, Kaspar Charconius out of Illinois, Carter Bryant out of Arizona, Con Kneppel out of Duke is the one where I would really love, but I think he's going to be off the board at about 6 or 7. So we'll see. We'll see. It was a rough night last night, though.
Where do we think Trey Johnson will land now that the draft order is finalized?
I have seen a lot of mocks to the Wizards for Trey Johnson.
His career's over if that happens.
Well, the Wizards at some point are going to get the number 1 pick. Like, it's got to happen at some point. I think with the roster they have coming into this year, like, they'll still be the worst team in the league, regardless of who they get. And the Cooper Flagg sweepstakes is obviously going to be bigger than what the sweepstakes are next year. But AJ DeBonta at BYU, the number 1 player in the country, and then the Boozer twins at Duke. Those are 3 guys who I'm like, man, they could. Any 3 of them, Cameron Boozer could really turn into a guy that is far and away the number 1, prospect in the class. I think it will be DeBonta, but I also think that either one of those guys could end up being on the level of Cooper Flagg. So that'll be something. But yeah,
okay.
Wizards. I'm gonna look at a couple mocks at the end here. And
I saw CBS had them going to Utah, and I was like, barf. I wouldn't want to go up there either. I'd rather go to Utah than DC. Probably.
It seems like maybe the plan for, if you're not aware, the guy who owns the Utah Jazz is Ryan Smith. He owns a big company. I want to say Vivint, the smart home company. He bought the Jazz about 5 years ago, and then he's also the biggest investor in BYU. So he is the reason that AJ DeBonta. Yeah, big coincidence. He's also the reason AJ DeBonta, ended up at BYU. And if you were going to miss out on a number 1 pick, I think this was the one for Utah, because you really want it next year. You want the guy who is basically in your system already. There's a connection to BYU and the Jazz. There's no doubt about it. That is thought it to be, the school where they're going to get highly ranked guys consistently now if AJ DeBonta works out there. So, I don't know, Jordan. I don't know.
Yeah, didn't the last time Wizards had number 1 was John Wall? Didn't John Wall
I
go
believe
on?
so, yeah. 2009, 2010, one of those years. And that didn't work out.
As the Wizards
Who's
fan,
the last
that's
number 1 pick
correct.
that had such a good...
What was
As
that?
the Wizards fan, that's
When's
correct.
the last time the number 1 pick had a song about him?
Yeah. That's true. Teach me how to
You
Dougie.
guys seem good.
Damn.
You guys good to go?
I think we're all good, yeah.
As
Yeah.
Jordan freezes.
Yeah, no, I did
All right,
freeze
boys.
there for a sec, but
I'm going to stay in
Thanks.
just in case something happens, all right? I'm going to stay behind the scenes.
yeah,
Sounds good.
appreciate that. Yeah, Rob, the frozen envelope with the Ewing draft, the LeBron Cavs pick, the Derrick Rose Chicago Bulls pick. I mean, the list goes on. Looking forward to the Mike Korzemba YouTube video on this year's draft lottery. I assume he'll make one. He usually makes one for every draft that people think is rigged. But man, I don't know. Is that not one of the more exciting lotteries in recent years? One of the more hyped up lotteries? Is it just because of Flag and that people know they're trying to move and make trades for Giannis, or
It's
what do you
always
think
I think it was a more exciting lottery because the draft last year was just so bad. Even looking back at it, there are going to be some guys from that lottery who will end up being good. Zachary Risache is going to be good. Is he going to be on the level of the last 10 or 15 first overall picks? But no, they're not. Alexander Sarr has also been very good. Jalen Wells and with the Spurs, with the Grizzlies, has been good. Obviously, Castle, Jared McCain, who I mentioned, he was outside the lottery though. So, some good guys in this draft, but in the 24 class, but the 25 class will be much better. CB asked if I'm at a cabin. This is actually my my childhood bedroom, and I get this a lot. But this is I don't know. This is a very old house, and this is a room that I've never really understood why it's all wood, but it's been like this since the 40s or the 50s. So I'm in here for the next couple of days. Jordan, we'll talk a little bit of basketball at the end, but we had a big day yesterday morning, as the two of us and Hank South released the first, way too early, initial mock class for Texas in the 2026 class. We called our shot on a lot of guys who are, maybe not exactly trending toward Texas's way, but we feel that by the end of the summer, or at least at some point in the fall, they will be. A few names that I'd like to talk about here, apart from the ones that we have a very good feeling will be a part of this class. Derek Cooper. Let's start with that one. We talked about him on the show a couple of weeks ago after he visited, and that he, is likely, making changes to his schedule, and he already did, canceling a midweek OV to Penn State, and Texas could be in that spot, but Texas doesn't have anyone else scheduled for a midweek OV, so he would be there likely by himself unless they get a couple other late additions, and it seems like they will. A couple new offers of defensive back within the last few days. One yesterday, who I actually connected with and said he is considering taking a visit to Texas, but it's not a foregone conclusion at all. Who else in this? First of all, tell the show a little bit about Derek Cooper.
Yeah, rare kind of athlete prospect that's ranked as a 5-star that is being pursued by some schools at running back, some at safety. But pretty much, as 3 years into this thing, it's mostly running back now. But, he could be an NFL prospect at safety 3-4 years from now. I fully believe that. Track kid has really good times. His run, I believe, as fast as like 10.6. And I know he also does the long jump. I believe he's long jump 20-plus feet. And, a 6'2", 180, 190-pound kid out of South Florida. So, he's at the same school as Jeremiah Smith. Ohio State's in it. Georgia's in it. He's actually a former Georgia commit. But kind of Georgia and Miami have kind of dominated the buzz for the longest here. And, that's kind of still the case. As far as his selection on our list, Texas wants 2 running backs. And after KJ Edwards, it's kind of like, all right, who's the other guy going to be? And it's not Xavier Crowell. He's going to go to Alabama unless Texas pulls a rabbit out of their ass. Xavier Crowell is going to Alabama. Mario Latimer is interesting. Has an official visit booked. Sandy Creek running back out of Georgia, but I don't know. That one has felt too hot and cold, throughout the spring and the transition to Chad Scott, and even under Rashard Choice, it felt hot and cold. And then you have Derek Cooper, who's, the only other option. And visited in the spring, first ever time at Texas, spent, I believe it was like a 2 or 3 multi-day unofficial visit. And, he posted he was no longer taking that Penn State OV while he was in Texas's football facility.
He was on a golf cart, actually. So, I saw him ride through as he was typing it.
Nice. Yeah. So, that being said, that gives you some hope there that, I do think at the minimum they're going to get a midweek OV. I'm sure they're pushing for a weekend one, which is why it hasn't been announced yet. But, Texas will traditionally host midweek guys. I remember last summer in June, they hosted 3 DBs on the same midweek visit. It was Dorian Brew, Dijon Lee, and Nate Tillman out of Mansfield Timberview. So, they've done it before. Wouldn't be surprised if it happens here with Cooper. That's a guy you got to get on campus for the OV no matter what. And, unfortunately, with him being a South Florida kid that's in Miami's backyard and also, not too far from Georgia, like even if Texas lands him in the summer, he's the type of kid you have to fight tooth and nail up until signing day. And that's no matter where he ends up, the schools are going to have to fight tooth and nail. So don't feel super confident in him actually being the number 2 running back, but I have more confidence in it being him than Amari Latimer or Xavier Crowell at this current stage. So that's kind of how he ended up on there. Guy I want to talk about, we're actually about to see him, and we'll find out more. Chris Stewart, we had him as at receiver. You know, the other OVs he's taken and have scheduled doesn't really give off the vibe of being super committed, but, you know, it is worth bringing up with him and his family situation. He can't get on like any of these out-of-state visits unless it's an OV. So these schools have been recruiting for a long time, and he did give an early commitment to Texas and told Texas, I'm still going to take these other visits, and they said, okay. Not that they were pleased with it, but what are you going to tell the kid in that situation? So recently visited Texas when he was in town for the state track and field meet. And then about a week or two before that, actually swapped out his OV schedule to see Texas last instead of Tennessee. So, you know, right now we kind of just have to keep him in the class or keep projecting him in the class. And then Caden Finley, you know, Texas legacy out of Aledo, Texas versus Notre Dame there. I like Texas. I don't think Notre Dame has as much confidence as they think, or that Notre Dame writers think, I should say. And then Panther Creek, 4-star athlete Jalen, been a prospect. Texas is kind of recruited to a lot of different things. It was corner, then it was athlete. Now it's more receiver than athlete. I think receiver is the best position for him. That's the position he wants to play. He's never going to say it on record, but since his freshman year and we've been covering this kid, he said he prefers receiver and not DB when he talked him off record. It's the same thing as Cade Phillips last year. He'll say on record, hey, whatever gets me on the field first. But I knew damn well the entire time he preferred corner over safety, and so did 99% of people reading it. So with Lott, I think it kind of helps Texas's chances. They're pursuing him at receiver. And in all honesty, I think he's an NFL player at receiver or corner. I think Jalen Lott is the safest prospect in the state of Texas in terms of betting on them to pan out. Love that kid. And that one's Texas versus Oregon for the most part. A few of the schools, LSU, Ohio State, Georgia, USC, you know, they're all in there. But, you know, last few weeks it's been Texas versus Oregon for the most part. And then Mason James, the last receiver of the 4 we had projected. Kid out of Norman North. His OVs for Mizzou, Washington, Arizona State, Texas, and Oklahoma. He will see Oklahoma last, and I mean, his high school is about a 10-minute drive from Oklahoma, but, you know, it's a little interesting. Hearing from folks north of the Red River, Jim Nagy, who they hired from the Senior Bowl, has pretty much come in and been like, hey, we need to be recruiting NFL frames with NFL, measurables, verified speed data and stuff, which Mason James has, by the way. And that being said, they're like, hey, we need to go after the Aljor Mileses, right? And not the Mason Jameses. When Mason James has better verified speed and is, 5'11" and is a projectable NFL player, it kind of blows my mind OU's backing off on him. But they are. They're still recruiting him, still on for the OV. But their, communication level has dropped. Their priority level for him has dropped, which is opening the door for Texas. I do not know why Oklahoma is doing that. Again, I think Mason James is an NFL player if he stays healthy, gets the right coaching, and shows up to practice every day. He has the potential, but Texas in a good spot. Arizona State already officially visited there. They've kind of picked up a lot of commitments lately because they get these kids on campus, pressure them into committing, and then they also have this rule where once you commit to Arizona State, you can't take other visits. Dillingham thinks he's Dabo Sweeney or Venables, and that strategy rarely works unless you're Dabo. So would be kind of surprised if it ended up being Arizona State. Washington's interesting. They've actually beat out they beat out Alabama for their quarterback commit last week. Alabama wanted that kid very badly, and now they're kind of shit up creek without a paddle at QB. They pulled off some impressive lands, and they also have, I know they might not be super well known to people down here in Texas, but they sneakily have a pretty damn good young receiver group over there in Washington. And then Mizzou, that's the one I know least about with James, but I do think Texas is going to be in the top 3, if not, the school that gets them come as summer decisions. So, that's kind of it. You want to do tight ends or O-line? Where do you want to go from here?
We had a question about Felix Ojo from Jake Bayless, so I wanted to get to that. We do have Felix Ojo part of this class, and at this point, there's nothing that really makes us feel like that is not going to happen. Yes, there is competition. Yes, there are some schools where we don't really know what the connection level is like. Ohio State is the one that really stands out. I would say Michigan, too. He's going to see a lot of other schools on official visits. He already saw Colorado on an official visit, but they're now out of the mix. As expected, I think we actually said that on the show, that would last through the spring, and that would be it, that he would not end up going there. So I would imagine Felix Ojo is part of this class. He is, how I said in the Stampede, the crown jewel of the class. He's the biggest offensive line get since Kelvin Banks, I guess DJ Campbell, but really with how this has gone, it feels like the biggest offensive line recruitment for Texas since Kelvin Banks. There's a case to be made that Brandon Baker was also that big, but not really to this level. I mean, this is a guy that is far and away the best offensive tackle in the country, and someone that Texas can really build their class around. And you don't build your class around offensive linemen a whole lot, but when you already have Diabell and you already have you have some of the finishing pieces already in this class, with the Diabell, with Chris Stewart, with the all linemen. But Felix Ojo is the guy. He's being pursued the hardest of anyone in this class. It's been that way for about a year now. Texas is not, they've never backed off. They've never kind of waned in communication for longer than a couple of weeks. And I would like to say that Felix Ojo will be a part of this class. No crystal balls are in yet. And that's a little surprising with as confident as we've been as of late. But I would assume that changes for the two of us pretty soon here, and probably for a lot of the people in our network. And you wanted to talk about tight end? Let's talk about tight end. We just got a question about it from ManRed97. Thoughts on other networks leaning Bowman towards UGA right now? Give me hope. I will give you hope, because last week our national analyst Tom Loy, and I believe Greg Biggins as well, said that all things are trending Texas, and Texas has been the leader for at least a month here, probably a little bit longer. I think that visit that he took in March is a really good turning point. They did a great job there. He'd been up before, but I think he really got the red carpet treatment then. And I think another one, it's like Felix Ojo and Mark Bowman are probably the two most dynamic guys in this class for Texas. Because, as I said, Felix Ojo is far and away the best offensive tackle in the country. Mark Bowman, I mean, it's a huge gap. It's a bigger gap than Ojo is to anyone else in this class. Mark Bowman reclassified from the class of 2027. He was the number one tight end. I believe he was top 10 player in the country. He reclassifies. He's still the number one tight end in the country, which I can't tell you how many times. I
can't think of it. I can't think of a time a kid has reclassed and remained number one at his position.
But
Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, Quinn Ewers. That's non-quarterback. I don't think it's ever happened before. Mark Bowman looks like he's ready to step on a college field right now. I mean, he does. I mean, there's probably only 4 or 5 guys in this class. So too, Felix Ojo might be there, but offensive linemen are really hard to say. Going into their senior year of high school where they look like they're ready, just because it's you don't have the strength program of the Texas or any of these other schools does. When you're in high school, Mark Bowman would be ready to play as a freshman next, in the 2026 season. He's someone that Texas really needs. I think Ojo's a big need. Mark Bowman is a bigger need, and they have a good group of tight ends. They could end up part of this class. Hizzy Kent is one where, he could end up at tight end and offensive tackle, and we feel like he will be a part of the class. Probably not someone that's ready to play tight end immediately. Probably someone that Texas is going to have to make some big decisions early on once he gets to campus, in terms of what they want to do with him. Yes, it's not impossible for a guy to play tight end and offensive tackle in college, but he doesn't have the juice. He doesn't have the talent and the overall build that Mark Bowman does that would allow him to be, in my eyes, tight end 1 from week 1 of his freshman season.
Yeah. Few thoughts I wanted to bounce off you. DJ Dog, this is also a question we forgot to hit. But when is the most important trending time, I assume, for recruiting? June or July? June is when the OVs are. It's when the money gets talked. Silent commitments happen. Early July is usually when the commitments will really start rolling in. So kind of last half of June and then pretty much the entire month of July. And then real quick on Ojo, I do think, Texas, their best position in the short term and long term. It's kind of Texas versus Ohio State with a gap, and then it's Oklahoma, Florida, Michigan. I don't even know how much they're really in it. I know they're one of the 5 OV remainings, but I would be very surprised if he goes to Michigan. And, with him too, like, man, Ohio State, they already have 2 or 3 offensive tackles. Now, I don't think any of those guys can hold Ojo's jock, to be honest with you. I think there's a big gap there. But that is something that, sometimes guys look at and like, why would I want to be the 4th offensive tackle in a 4 offensive tackle class? Now, they probably drop one of those guys if they get him. But, like, you got to remember, these are 17-year-old kids. They don't think like that, right? So I'm curious how, that could maybe affect it with his Ohio State OV and, just kind of figuring that out. But I'm kind of against it. I think Ojo's a bigger need than Bowman because they needed a true left tackle last year. They signed Nick Brooks. He's playing left tackle right now for them. He's a backup left tackle behind Trevor Gooseby. But there's no bone in my body that doesn't think he projects better to the right side because he does. I'm not saying he can't play left tackle, but there's a difference in level of dude between Ojo and Nick Brooks. There just is. And Nick Brooks getting in trouble and snitching on the whole recruiting operation, I'm sure isn't helping him either. So with Ojo, he's a guy who wants to come in day one and compete to start, if not start. I think he can do it, but it'll be interesting. I mean, he's only 275 pounds right now. This is a kid with tremendous length who I think will probably play his first college snap in an actual game, at least at 290. And I think when it comes time for him to hear his name called in the NFL, he'll be weighted at 300 plus at the combine just because his frame can handle that weight and add all that weight. But Texas versus Ohio State, then a gap, then it's OU, Florida. And then as far as Mark Bowman goes, this one will be a really interesting one to track. The Texas OV is before, I believe, Georgia, Oregon, and Bama, and maybe Ohio State. It's one of the early OVs, the 6th through 8th weekend, which isn't great. But also, Bowman's planning on committing in November. Remember, this is a kid who reclassed. He's supposed to be in a sophomore year, not what is kind of now his junior year. And also worth bringing up, I'm with you. I think he can compete year one. Like most other reclasses, he just reclassed to the grade he was always supposed to be in. Which is 99% of the time what those reclasses are. So, he's back in the grade he's supposed to be in. But I'm with you. I think he's tied in 1. I don't think the gap is as big as you might think. I mean, I think Caden Prothro is an absolute freak show and actually probably has a higher ceiling than Bowman athletically. But, like, those kids almost never leave Georgia. And I know, Justice Terry last year, but man, it's a little different at that tight end position in state with Kirby Smart and all them. And also, like, I think I've talked about this a little. Schools kind of have budgets each year for what they want to spend on a position group or budgets for each player. Like, Georgia does not give a shit. They don't have a budget for Caden Prothro. Like, yeah, $800K year one for a 5-star tight end might be market value. We'll pay him 1.1 if Texas wants to start bidding or whatever. That's Georgia's mindset there. They will do whatever it takes to get that kid. And also, I don't think anyone brings it up and up with Bowman. Prothro is going to commit before Bowman does. Is Bowman really going to be that attracted by Georgia when the number 2 tight end, who's also a 5-star or whatever, is already in the class, and he's an in-state kid that they've been recruiting and have had much more visits with, much more dialogue with than Bowman? I don't think so. So I think too many people are looking at Georgia as the biggest threat to Texas. I think it's USC, man. They're starting to pick up modern-day kids. They hired Chad Bowden so Lincoln Riley could pull his head out of his ass and recruit SoCal in the state of California, and it's helped really well. They're going to be dangerous for him, especially if he actually does commit in November, because he doesn't want to take in-season visits, because every visit for him is a plane ride, except USC. So With USC, I don't know what their tight end board is like. They're not in it with Prothro. They're not in it, or they're in it with Luke Sorensen, who's another Trinity League kid out of Servite, 3-star tight end. But it'll be competitive with USC. That's who I think it comes down to. Maybe Oregon or Ohio State makes it interesting, but no matter what, I think Texas is going to be in the top 2, if not who the decision is in favor of. It's a kid whose father grew up in Austin before moving up to DFW for high school and then later Colorado. And Bowman grew up in Denver, moved to Mater Dei or LA area going into high school. But, man, when I first met Bowman, it was the day after he visited Texas for the first time in what was March of last year. And I'm like, no way, you're from Austin? Like, that's kind of – or your dad's from Austin and raised you as a Texas fan? That's kind of crazy. I didn't believe him. Because sometimes kids will just say stuff to us so we go and write stuff or whatever. So I didn't really believe him. And he's like, hold up, I'll be right back. He comes back, shows me a photo. It's like the Sam Ellinger photo where he's like a little baby infant throwing the hook 'em, and he's swiping and showing me multiple of them. Like, he grew up with burnt orange, and, I mean, I do believe that's the program. His dad will probably lean a little bit too, but it's his decision. But, nonetheless, having those ties helps. And then Hezzy Kent. He's tight end all the way. He's told all the schools, if you're not recruiting me at tight end and playing me at tight end, I'm not considering you or I'll get in the portal. So every school that has an OV locked in with him is actually recruiting him to play tight end. And honestly, like, a different type of freak show athlete. But, I mean, this is a kid who's 6'5", 6'6", and was measured at 315 pounds last year on a visit to Georgia. You want to know how many receiving yards he had? Like 850 at 300 plus pounds in the state of Georgia playing good competition. He's not supposed to be able to do that. He also had like 250 rushing yards because they put his big ass at Wildcat because it's who's going to tackle this dude. So I like him at tight end. I think he can stick there long term. He'll need to reshape his body, and he will definitely be very much the inline type. But, I mean, he's 10 times more the receiving threat that Spencer Shannon was coming out of high school, and he's 300 pounds. Or was, this past season. I think he slimmed up a bit. But that's kind of where it is with Hezzy Kent and Bowman. Antoine, with the question.
I'll get on this a little bit. Brock King is one that I guess, could possibly be in this class if things change. I would say in the fall. Like, that's kind of what it looks like at this point. If things changed in the fall, I think that he would – Texas would be a school at that point, maybe wouldn't have enough cornerback commits. And we've seen how much, how active they've been in the last few weeks there, especially in the last couple of days with offers to 26 prospects. But Brock King hasn't scheduled an official visit to Texas, and he's held an offer longer than basically anyone, excuse me, that is on this official visit schedule. So it doesn't seem like it's meant to be. Also doesn't seem like it's meant to be with Tank King, also at Port Arthur Memorial. With Jermaine Bishop, you'll be out there later this week, I think tomorrow, to go see him at Willis. This is one where it seems like maybe a A&M Texas battle, and we're not getting a ton of those, in this cycle. This is the best player that's going to be deciding between Texas and A&M. A&M has really impressed him throughout the last few months. He's had some really good visits there. But he also had a really good visit to Texas about 3 weeks ago. So who has the lead right now? Maybe slight A&M lead, maybe very slight. You're disagreeing with me. You're saying slight Texas
I don't know,
lead.
man. I've seen Jermaine Bishop 2 or 3 times this spring, and each time the read I've gotten is Texas versus Houston, to be honest with you. Now, I have heard some A&M buzz over the last few weeks, but man, Houston has his best friend, and they're the only school like yes, Texas is pitching athlete, where they're like, Jermaine, we'll figure it out once you move in and get to campus what your long-term position is. That's also what A&M's saying. USC is telling him slot receiver. And then Houston is like, hey, you see what Travis Hunter did? You can do that in red for us. And that's what he does in high school, and he's great at it. He's electric. Travis Hunter of Texas, but Houston is the only school that can legitimately pitch that dude on playing both ways. And that's not going to change. So I think that makes it really interesting. They also have his best friend committed at quarterback, who's a 5-star in Keyshawn Henderson. So, I mean, I think there's also part of him that I think would like to kind of help start a movement with Keyshawn of those top Houston players staying home. I personally think it'd be really, really cool to see him go to Houston with Keyshawn, but we'll see. Gonna find out more tomorrow. And then Brock King, kind of with you, like he was a Terry Joseph, Blake Gideon eval and offer that was lower on the board. The transitions happened, and they're kind of looking for different athletes and different body types, keeping them warm. Had him on campus in March or April, but he's not one of like 8 DBs with OVs, which kind of, I guess tells you a little bit there.
Yeah.
It'll be fascinating to see if USC can actually field the defense and win games, because, man, if they can, like, they can be dangerous. And, hey, Will, I don't know if you remember, like 4 months ago, I wrote I think it was my insider contribution with Chip Brown. Like, hey, watch out for USC. They just hired Chad Bowden.
Yeah.
Y'all might be like, oh, they're going to get and lose Jamion Winfield, but, like, shit's a little different now with Chad Bowden.
And Jamion Winfield was actually a name that we had in the mock class as well. And that's more on Hank's side. He's felt for a long time that, Texas would be able to get it done. I'm actually not sure if we did put him in the class, but one that is kind of split. Go ahead.
Who did you say?
Jamion Winfield. I'm blanking on if we had him in our class right now.
No, I don't think he's in the class. That one is just it's kind of hard to put him in the class where the things currently are, and I mean they got to get him on campus for that OV. And Naaman Roberts, want to let you know I did take a photo of this comment, so I'll look at him at some point today or tomorrow when we have time from being on the road. Just want to let you know I did see that.
One of the top prospects in the state of South Carolina. Looks like grew up a Gamecock family. But this is, someone who's ranked within the top. He's the number 53 athlete in the country, number 10 edge. He's got a great offer sheet so far. It doesn't look like any official visits are scheduled yet. And Texas has, like I said several times throughout the show, has not been shy to extend 26 offers. So you never know if an offer could come through. And the Carolinas have definitely been explored in this class for Texas. Chad Scott has helped out a little bit with that. And so have a couple of the other guys on the staff. I am going to get out of here in just a second, Jordan. But I said earlier in the show, you were already at close to Shadow Creek. I'm about to make the drive over there. But let's talk one mock draft here, because I know you wanted to see where Trey Johnson was going. So this is from Jonathan Gavani of Draft Express and ESPN. Obviously, Cooper Flagg at 1, Dylan Harper at 2 to the Spurs, Ace Bailey at 3 to the Sixers, and then you go VJ Edcombe 4 at the Hornets. So I think those 4 are pretty locked in as the top 4. We'll see if San Antonio likes Edgecombe more than Harper. I think he's going at 2. I don't really see a situation where he goes 3. Like I already said, Philly has 2 great guards already. They have Tyrese Maxey, they have Jared McCann. They're tied to Tyrese Maxey for a few more years. I don't see them moving on from him. If they're going to make a trade, it's the Joel Embiid trade. And I think that, like I said, it's going to be very hard to do. So we've got Edgecombe at 4, and then we've got Jeremiah Fears at 5. This is really interesting because going into the year, no one would have expected Jeremiah Fears would be a better draft prospect than Trey Johnson. I think this is more fit than anything. Jeremiah Fears had an incredible season to Oklahoma. He, in my eyes, was the second best player in the SEC second best freshman in the SEC behind Trey Johnson. They've got him going 5 to Utah, and then Trey Johnson at 6 to the Wizards. So, like you said, it'd be a rough draw for him. Come on, Maluk to the Pelicans, Con Kneppel at 8 to Brooklyn, Colin Murray-Broyles at South Carolina at 9 to the Raptors, and then Kasparas Draconis at 10 to the Rockets, Derek Queen 11 to Portland. So an interesting lottery. I think the next month or so is going to be really fun in the NBA. As you were frozen, I said I'm hoping for a Knicks-Nuggets series, but I would also love to see Minnesota get their first one. Anthony Edwards has very easily turned into my favorite player in the NBA. And last night was just yet another reason, like the logo shot that he hit at the buzzer to end the first half, and then that incredible third quarter they had, it's pretty clear that, that Minnesota is going to come away with that series, regardless of if Steph is playing or not. So love to see it. Love to see the Warriors out of here. I hope I didn't just jinx Minnesota that bad. Like I said, I'm out of here. Jordan, I'll see you in a few minutes. And we'll be back tomorrow. We'll talk about Kennedy Brown a little bit. We didn't get to that today. We'll talk about Kennedy Brown. We'll talk about Chris Stewart and all the guys we saw at Shadow Creek, and a lot of Texas recruiting news over the next couple days.
Yeah. I'm gonna go solo for a few minutes and hit on some of these comments.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see you, yes, sir. Okay, so where is this? Ernest Campbell to Sac State. Brendan Marion is recruiting. I'm not saying he's not, but also, were there any other schools reported for Ernest Campbell? I didn't see any. Why? Because he's like 5'7", 5'8", and like 140 pounds soaking wet. Now, he does run 10-2. Don't get that twisted. But this is a kid who played at Refugio, very small school competition, two-way ball, and they went to state with him. Don't get that twisted. And I was actually at their state semifinal game at the Berry Center in Cy-Fair or Cypress or whatever area, and saw them play Timpson and Terry Bussey. The game is tied. There's like 5-10 seconds left. They're on the 40-yard line, and it's two-way football. They don't have a field goal kicker they can hit from 40. And so they basically put everyone on one side of the field, and Ernest is on the other side, and they're running a Hail Mary pretty much. Who's guarding Ernest? Terry Bussey, who's been playing quarterback, safety the entire night, also returning punts and kicks. And Terry got cooked because Ernest Campbell runs 10-2. Terry runs 10-5, 10-6, but, he was going both ways full time. And I remember Hudson Standish and Tim Verghese were also there. So it was Joey McGuire was there too. That was funny. But seeing Terry lose that rep and his team loses the game and they don't go to state because of that and the buzzer goes off was hard to see, because I was am a very big Terry Bussey fan. But point I'm trying to get to, that was the very first time I ever saw Terry Bussey look human. Like, the shit he did in high school at the 2A level will not be seen again for a long time. And he had, I think it was 86 touchdowns in one season as a junior. That's not supposed to happen, even if it's two-way ball. But hey, shout out Sac State and Brendan Marion. There's no one running 10-2 in that conference or at that level. Also, like with Ernest Campbell, I was kind of always blown away he was as fast as he was, because like you see him in person and it's like he's ridiculously skinny, and it kind of just looks like skin and bones. And it's like, how is skin and bones this fast? But hey, I watched him win state twice the year I went to two state meets back to back. And then Naaman Roberts, to answer this question, a lot of people have always asked, like, man, why didn't Texas go after Lagway? He was the cycle after Arch Manning. Man, Lagway, first of all, people got to understand how much like QB recruiting starts early on, as freshmen, as sophomores. And, with Steve Sarkisian and his offense, they need someone who can read it consistently. And early on in his high school career, DJ Lagway was very much, my one read isn't open. All right, I'm tucking it because I'm bigger, faster, and stronger than everyone. And that's fine. You can do that at the high school level at 6A when you're, a God-gifted athlete like Lagway is. But, he had to make necessary jumps. And there was a certain time, I feel like, where he either had to make those jumps or Texas was going to offer, or he had to make those jumps by a certain time or Texas would or wouldn't offer. And he just didn't. And, I'll be honest, I was very low on him. Saw him as a junior, saw him at 7-on-7 a lot as a sophomore and junior, and was like, man, I don't see it. Like, he shouldn't be a 5-star. He needs to be top 50 or top 100. And then I saw him his senior year twice, and he was a whole nother player his senior year. A whole nother player. And, I was blown away by that. Like, wow, So, I really liked him. I loved where he finished. Finishes a number 4 player, I believe, in the 24 class. And it's also worth bringing up, Texas had offers on the table for Julian Sane and Dylan Raiola in the 24 class. And Texas gets one of those kids in 2024 if they don't get Arch Manning. there's no doubt in my mind. Once Texas got Arch Manning in 23, both those 24 kids basically were like, yeah, I'm not going there. So that's kind of how that happened. I will be playing CFP 25 with Sac State. And then, Antoine, Damian McDaniel, awesome player too. Saw him play when I went out to see Kelshawn Johnson in what was Kelshawn's junior year, and really liked him. Was kind of surprised he was only going to UNLV. I believe Marion got him out of the portal. And Jace Wilson from UTSA. I remember when he was supposed to be a 4-star receiver at Denton Guyer, played Westlake in like 5'9" Denham Collins, who I don't think even signed anywhere out of Westlake, pretty much shut him down. Okay, damn, Jake Bayless. I thought Sac State is moving up to FBS soon. I thought that might have been next year. Maybe it's too late, but yeah. And Ajay Hall, I said it the other day, like hearing what Brendan Marion was telling other people about having to coach Ajay Hall during his time at Texas, I'm kind of surprised he took him. But I mean, hey, there's no Ajay Halls walking around at the FCS level, so I guess do what you can. And then fun fact here, this is what I'll close it out on. Missouri State actually held a commitment from Kevin Henry Jennings, the SMU QB starter. And then SMU's staff, Dykes and them went to TCU. They hired Lashley like the week before signing day. They needed QB. Hit up the king of South Dallas, Kevin Henry Jennings. Rest is history. Beats out the hometown kid Preston Stone, who I think I also told you all last year was done like around this time last year. And that Kevin's the guy, not Stone. But anyways, I'm going to get out of here. We're going to go see Chris Stewart at Shadow Creek. I'm in a Starbucks parking lot right now waiting to see him. Excited. They're going to be working out on the field during the period. And then they also got some other guys. Kind of a cool moment. I won't pull up the tweet now, but Will and I are actually who found Chris Stewart. We saw him at a camp, or actually we saw him at State 7 on in June going into his sophomore year. And then we saw him at a camp like a week or two after that. And each time we posted him on Twitter. And we loved his game. It was very clear he was going to be a Power 4 kid. It was just going to take some time and, him getting reps in that Shadow Creek offense that had several other Power 4 receivers. Guess what? Sophomore year ends up being Shadow Creek's leading receiver in reception yards, receptions, reception touchdowns. They're literally scheming plays open for him. And he's the youngest of their 5 or 6 Power 4 receivers they had. And he was doing that as a sophomore compared to a bunch of juniors and seniors in that room. And guess what? Hey, Texas, first ever offer in December that same season. So been a long time coming. Really, really like Chris Stewart. Kid I'll be rooting for, no matter if he signs with Texas or not. Excited to get down there. But I'm going to get out of here, kick it over to the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Up next is the Horn Takes podcast, talking plenty of Texas baseball. Because the Longhorns bounced back after 2 back-to-back series losses. So, get over to the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back on the live stream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get a live stream. And I'll see you from the Starbucks parking lot in Willis tomorrow. Peace.